Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live trading room for Wednesday, April the 6th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help me. Thank you very much, Screen Trades. All right, guys. So actually, this is an interesting one. I sort of was dismissing it early, but Tilray, P-L-R-Y, dismissing it because I'm just so skeptical about any of these cannabis plays. But they did release an earnings today, or pre-market. Market's reacted very well so far, and kind of read a little bit about it. You reported Q3 sales 152 million versus 123 million, etc. So looks like they're cutting their losses, etc. But anyway, this is it. TLRY, Tilray, nice earnings release, and the next high looking left on the daily chart is 833. And let's see, Tuffin, TUFN is a buyout. In case you're wondering, I'm not going to talk about it other than the fact that it is a buyout. You're wondering, how come he's not talking about this stock that's up 43% and the buyout's at 13, so it's right at the buyout price. TUFN. Now, when I first saw this morning, DC was up, but it is pulling back. Still up 15%, but at one point this was up to 12. What was it? 1175 or so. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Started trading yesterday as DC. BBAI. Yeah, I don't see any specific news on it. This is an all-time high. Excuse me, BBAI. Lots of volume. 1.3 million, only 12 million in the float. I don't see any specific news on it. Keep checking to see if I see a headline. I don't see any. Those of you who have, was it Street Sweeper? I got an email last night saying they were going to, I think it was Street Sweeper, one of those, it was a Citron. Well, Citron, of course, doesn't short sell anymore. I think it was Street Sweeper, saying they were going to have a big expose in a company today. Anybody have any idea what one that might be? And it's a company at an all-time, basically an all-time high right now, and a known company. They like to do that tease. Spruce Point, thank you, Mr. Two. Yeah, it was Spruce Point. Any idea who have they released that information yet? IVDA. This is a China stock, I guess. No, I'm sorry. Well, it's not a China stock. Okay, software. So they've got some, I guess their software is going to be implemented in a building in Taiwan, a new building in Taiwan. I think that was the news I got. Rallies on its products utilized for Aerotropolis project in Taiwan. Okay, so that's the news for IVDA. Lots of volume. CTXR. This could be interesting. Reminds me, well, no, it doesn't remind me of LGVN, but it reminds me there's another one that had a phase 3 a couple of days ago. CTXR gapping up, big float, 133 million in the float, but reports top line data from pivotal phase 3 study. So that's a late study. Big gap up for it. Problem with it is the float, so it may not move that much more. ARRY, ARRY, for the few earnings plays along with Tilray today. ARRY, as Real pointed out, that's earnings play. They released earnings after hours, and Cowen is covering them now with what sort of buy talk, $15 target. Yeah, MOBQ. So this MOBQ. I don't know who A Nation is, but they've some kind of a deal with A Nation. Don't know who they are. Reports a partnership with A Nation to provide data pro, programmatic advertising. No terms disclosed. And it's a very low float, 2.9 million in the float. So anything can happen. Look at the gap, potential gap fill on that weekly chart. But again, 15 million have traded, only 3 million in the float. So it's traded the float over 5 times already. GoGo. Well, after yesterday's disappointment with the one that was being added to the S&P Small Cap 500 or 600, GoGo is doing the same thing. They said that they're going to be added. I think on the 8th. I think they start trading on the 8th in that the small cap. Yeah, the S&P Small Cap 600. So the other one yesterday, I mean, we had a couple previous to that, to the one yesterday that really didn't do it. Sono, of course, and there's one other one. I can't remember what the one was. But you know what? We're in a market right now. I mean, we're going to have a pretty sizable gap down today. Yeah, and that CLSN, that Brookline put a $45 price target on it yesterday. Saw this actually. I mean, this actually this was a massive sell right here, all the way down to 425. It did pop back up. CLSN. Wow, BBAI guys is surging now. Look at the volume coming in. Don't see any news. Just don't see. Obviously there is some news. I just don't see it. It's an all-time high. Low float, 12 million in the float. I just don't see any news on it. NFE. Let's see if it's gap down is holding. NFE, yeah, NFE is a gap down. I'm sorry, I just don't see any headlines on it for today. I do see, okay, they file a permit to deploy fast LNG. I don't see why that would knock it down, but that is a bit of a news. That is news here. Don't see any news in Interactive Brokers. Let's see if this one is holding its pre-market pop. TCBP, TCBP. Okay, what did it get to? Got all the way up to almost 2. So I do see some news now. Didn't see it when I first saw it. They receive Cryo TC trademark for a proprietary cell freezing process. Okay, so there's your news for TCBP. TCBP. Got Maroon. Obviously started trading as TCBP 2 months ago. And last, DDL, Ding Dong. Ding Dong yesterday, of course, had that huge move. I could never see any specific reason for it. The rest of the China stocks were really weak, and then this one kept moving higher and higher. Had a little pullback here, and then it just surged at the end of the day, all the way up to 720 something. Starting to fade today, so this may be, one of these ones that gap up big yesterday, fade today. And there is a little bit of interest around Spirit Airlines, and JetBlue. I got JetBlue has increased the offer to buy Save. So that happened. You can see the price action for Save at the end of the day, right at 3:30, and then it got up to 29 after hours yesterday. JetBlue fading somewhat. Excuse me. I guess in reading this morning about Save and JetBlue, I guess Frontier had put an offer in a while back, and JetBlue's offer is now 40% above that offer. So now, whether or not your government will allow a merger like this, I don't know. That's the other issue. But at any rate, there you go. That's what I'm. Yeah, Zach. It may not go through. So okay. So today's stock du jour from Reddit is going to be BBAI, I guess. Thank you for that, Hendricks. Speaking of the meme stocks, GME, critical level right here, guys. I mean, if you're trading this one, look at this, 150 now. I was saying yesterday, the next low looking left, well, that was it, 151 on the daily chart. So it's a little bit below that low now. The next low looking left is, wow, 138. So, well, when you say it's a SPAC, you're saying it was a SPAC that turned into this? It's not a SPAC now. Somebody in our YouTube room is saying BBAI is a SPAC. It may have been here, but all right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, 9:13. Let me do a quick look to see what the analysts are talking about today in terms of upgrades and downgrades. Well, again, guys, the upgrade list, yeah, there are few, still a lot more downgrades, so let me get them in. See that upgrade, yeah, Guggenheim and Cowen for ARRY, ARRY. All right, there are the upgrades, and there's a bigger downgrade list. Hey guys, I'm hearing ADN. ADN. This is text to voice on my gap uppers. ADN is starting to move here. ADN. Take a look at that once I get this list done. So I see both of those airliners downgraded, JetBlue and Save. All right, there are the upgrades and the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. So, ADN, what are you doing? ADN, yeah, look at this. Didn't see it, and right here, it wasn't doing very much at 9 o'clock, just as I opened the room. And this little pop here was doing nothing until then. Fairly low float, 26 million in the float. And again, another one, I don't see any specific news on it. It's not an earnings play, so anyway, there it is, ADN, little move for whatever reason. Is it SYK? Thank you. Thank you, SYK. Let's take a look at SYK. All right, yeah. They said it was going to be a very expensive stock, pretty expensive stock, and they were right. And near the highs, absolutely. They said it was near the all-time highs. So they've struck out at Stryker. What little I read about it, they said a lot of their competitors, I don't know what they do. I mean, I know I can read, but what they do, but they said, I mean, as crazy as it sounds, they said some of their competitors are giving the product, one of their products, I don't know how many products they sell, surgical medical instrument manufacturing, for free though. So I thought that was a little bit interesting. And of course, eventually, Stryker, SYK, will come out and try to refute whatever Swisspoint is saying, whether they do it today. Yeah, I actually hit 917. Yeah, I hit my even in IB. Getting a little issue here with the no data to display in some of my IB headlines. Don't know why. You know what? I wonder if it's just the Benzinga ones. What another one? No, it's not Benzinga. Well, this MOBQ is holding nicely. You know, it hasn't given up much yet. I mean, it got up to almost 3, down to 270. That's not much. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so I can't look at it from that aspect. But so let's take a look left on the weekly chart. So we're at 272 right now. And if you look left, the next high is 280. And then 340. So it actually, well, so it actually did get through that high in the pre-market briefly, got up to $3. I'm talking about the MOBQ. So again, when you look left on the weekly chart, 280 is the next high. If it can get through that, like it did briefly this morning, then the next high would be 340 and then 336, etc. Obviously, if it can get through all of this, then you're looking at a massive gap. So again, we just have to wait to see what happens with that float. Anything can happen. 2.9 million in the float. So anything could happen once this market opens. So again, this is not shortable for me. So I don't know how many others have shorts available. So from that aspect, there would be not maybe as much downward pressure from shorting. So we'll have to see. Just have to wait and see how this. I'm going to stick an alert at the high, 303. I want to see if it takes out the pre-market high. But all these IPOs that haven't launched yet, these little IPOs that were, this is from several weeks ago, a lot of these. We don't have it as a OTC stock, MOBQ. We don't have it as an O. It's not loading in my IB platform as an pink sheet stock. Pink sheet stock. Maybe it was. So I don't think it is anymore. Hindenburg, negative report on MULN. It's not expensive enough, even if it gets knocked down. What is it, a $3 stock right now? Take a look at MULN though. MULN. And unfortunately, this is not shortable again for me at Interactive Brokers anyway. Yeah, so Ronnie, a lifetime high, are you talking about on the single stock? That requires a custom formula, okay? It's not hard if you know if you've ever written one before. You're actually looking for the actual data point. It's not hard. If you're going to stick around, I can show you how to do it a little bit later, okay? Have you ever written a custom formula? I mean, it's not hard, but what I do, I mean, I just like, I mean, that's just me, of course. I don't really care so much about what that price is. I do want to see where it is in relation to the lifetime high. Okay, so if you've done it, okay, the time is at 9:23. Let me just quickly give you the formula. If you've done it before, then I can just quickly give you the formula. I mean, it's really simple. Okay, just give me a moment. So of course, there is and it's on page. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. I would have typed it in, but I was pretty sure it's what it was. It's just high underscore life. Okay, high underscore life. All right, let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening. I haven't checked energy prices this morning or what oil is doing specifically. Of course, we're in for definitely a gap down. So there we go. So 100%. So oil must be up. I haven't checked, but oil must be up today. So what you're seeing here, again, I'd like to explain it for those of you who are new. These are the major sectors. So here's energy, XLE, major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. And what that 100% means is that 100% of them 100% of them are above yesterday's close. That's what that 100% refers to. All right. So obviously, energy today will be this. Well, as we start, will be the strong sector. Well, whether it remains a strong sector for the whole day, we don't know. As opposed to look at tech. 97% of them are down from yesterday's close. Communications, 90% down from yesterday's close, etc. So that's what these percentages refer to. So there is no strong sector other than energy as we speak. Again, that can change. And look, an hour from now, a lot can happen in an hour. But we're definitely in a continuation. We had the, the markets got thumped yesterday. We're in a continuation down today to start anyway. Am I planning to trade any name today? Well, I don't typically trade in the first 15 minutes, so I just have to wait and see if anything sets up for me. The MOBQ obviously is one that could be pretty exciting if it takes out this 3 and keeps running just because of the float, but it's going to be highly volatile. But I don't know if I'm going to trade it. And the other one, of course, is the BBAI. If it's a Reddit stock, so another very low float. 4 million have traded already. This will easily trade the float today. Yeah, first earnings profit. Now, I see a lot of it was from what do they call it? I mean, the Q3 sales were up from last year. Trying to see where it said it was. Oh, there we go. It gets a boost from non-operating income. Swings to a profit on a boost from non-operating income. So, take it with a grain of salt, perhaps. Yeah, look at GME, guys. Remember, I was just talking about GME getting down below 150, trying to recover a little bit here. That's a huge bottoming tail there for SYK, for Striker. Well, we got way down below now that 200-day moving average also. There we go. Wasn't loading before. So as Zach pointed out, Striker issued a short report on the company. And to put a stamp on it, it issues a strong sell opinion on Striker, Spruce Point. I don't know what Spruce Point's track record over the last little while has been. If this had been Hindenburg, Hindenburg's track record has been quite incredible. They don't come up with too many. Oh, market's going to open in less than a minute. Where are you, William? In less than 5 seconds. Okay, guys. Well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. And I don't typically trade in the first 15 minutes. Yeah, there's the go-go. Will it do what I was thinking the other one would do yesterday? Problem is the market. I mean, the market is going to, maybe affect, well, it's going to affect everything, of course, but well, look at the pop for GME though. Early. There's a pop, big pop though, $4. Look at this now. The average true range is now $22. Back here, when it all started again, this is only a few days ago, the average true range was about $10. Now the average true range is $22. Well, there goes the go-go. Now the other one did not do this yesterday. I have to admit, The other one that was added to the S&P 600, small cap 600, did not do this yesterday. In fact, it was fading most of the pre-market. All right, BBAI. Let's take a look at the pre-market high. It was around 1621. Stick an alert there. See what happens. See if it takes it out. Remember yesterday, CCL, didn't they say they had a record month in their history, bookings? Now look at it, CCL. I just don't, not that I'm just skeptical of any sort of hold for the airliners, for the cruisers, for the marijuana stocks, that they can hold any sort of gain. All right, ADN. Oh, okay, so that's the news. ADN and Hyundai enter into some kind of an agreement. Okay, terms not disclosed. So that is the reason for the pop. I guess that's pretty big news for, and that's a low float situation. ADN, it's 26 million. The next high looking left, it may struggle to get through three. I mean, there's all this stuff right around $3, so it may struggle to get through three. Yeah, there's Tilray there. I mean, I just don't trust any of these. Most of these ones, to be honest, it could be airliners, could be cannabis, could be the cruisers. I just don't trust that they can hold their gains. Now, ADN though, ADN, severe rippage right now, guys. This is really, again, three might prove to be the stumbling block. This is not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. So, well, let's see what happens at three, ADN. All right, so the markets, of course, getting thumped to start off. NAS is down, Dow's down, SPY's down to start. Yeah, BBAI, both the two Bs got halted. Oh, I'm sorry, the BTAI was halted at 7:30 this morning. Didn't mention this one, sorry. It's on my list, of course. FDA approval. Sorry about that. I should have mentioned this one. They got FDA approval, but market's not treating it that well now at all. I mean, it's basically giving everything up. And BBAI got halted on the way down. Got it. Okay, ULCC just showed up, guys. ULCC just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, it's on an all-time low, but it is weak. Interesting. Had a pop after hours all the way up to 1271. Gotta be careful in this one then. For some reason it popped up. Don't see the news on it. It's within 10% of an all-time low. I guess the all-time low is down here, around 929 for ULCC. Again, the only concerning part is the fact that it did have a pop after hours for some reason. Ah, okay, okay, I know what's happening here. So this is Frontier. Yeah, okay. So Frontier was in the running to buy Save, and JetBlue now has really increased their offer. So I guess that is the reason. Maybe shareholders were saying, "Great, we never liked that merger in the first place, or potential merger in the first place." Maybe they were rewarding that news. All right, Sava guys. Sava is the other one that hit yesterday in the 10-day daily breakdown. Continuing, look what it did yesterday. It was a little bit choppy at the very beginning, but once it got rolling down, I mean, it just kept moving down. I mean, it almost closed at the low. 3067 looks like was the low. So it almost closed at the low of the day, and it's continuing down now, Sava. All right, BBAI giving it up in a big way now. Bitcoin, BITO, the ETF for Bitcoin, moving down. I'm sure Mara and Riot are doing the same thing. Most of the Bitcoin plays. Market is putting in a red bar to start after the big gap down already. If you're going to go long anything, it better have some fantastic news. Yeah, I'm looking at the DWAC just getting thumped again this morning. DWAC below yesterday's low. What's the next low looking left on the monthly chart is 3669. All right, guys, so with the ULCC, I'm going to put an alert down here. The alert happened in the 10-day daily breakdown at 1096. So I'm going to put an alert around 1081 or so, 1085, and see if it takes it out later. That was my concern right here, not wanting to take the short immediately. So GoGo with their news, it is holding. I mean, this is an alpha stock for sure with their news that they're joining the S&P Small Cap 600, starting trading there, or it'll be in that index on the 8th, I guess, April 8th. Well, guys, Sava is just getting thumped. The next low looking left on the wow. So the weekly's no issue now. The monthly, I mean, the next low on the monthly is 19. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but I mean that is the next low way down here. One of yesterday's flyers, SST, or the day before. Yeah, yesterday's flyer. Oh man, sold right off though. Remember this one, SST got all the way up to 37, close to 21, moving down. Not shortable for me. This is my theme today. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, okay, so much for that meme stock, guys. BBAI. I was waiting to see if it took out that pre-market high. Not even close. Yeah, MOBQ. Bye bye. Bye bye. All right, guys, keep an eye on the Sava. See if it gives up that whole number again, 29. This was basically all day yesterday on a short. At the beginning of the day, it chopped around just a little bit, and then once it started rolling down, nothing could stop it. So keep an eye on that one. All right, there goes Sava now, underneath 29 again. Well, ADM guys, I mean, this is your alpha stock for sure. Didn't not caring what the market's doing so far anyway. 343. Wow. We could get up to the high right there is 347 or so. I mean, the next highs are 376 if it can hold this area here. Market, let's see. Okay, so that first 15-minute candle, red. Let's see what the next one does. Now, this could turn into my favorite day. A nice big gap down and then a gentle recovery for at least an hour or two. That can give a lot of good bounce plays for stocks that are beaten up for no reason other than the fact that the overall market's down. GME has been all over the place. GME has been all over the place. We had that big topping tail up here in the 15, 153, cruise right back down to 149. You know, if it takes out that 153 though, this could, I mean, it just has such an amazing trading range every single day. Now look at the China stocks. I mean, if you're in a China stock long, I don't know where you would have got it, but here's KWeb. So we had the gap down, and now here's that first 15-minute candle moving down. No, guys, look at DDL, not over, not over. Took out the high of yesterday, 720. So it took out the high of yesterday. Did we ever figure out why this was running yesterday? I could never figure this out. You know, all the China stocks were moving down, and this one was definitely contrary to that. No, it's my pronunciation. Okay, it's ADN. I don't know. I have not mentioned AMD. I've been talking about ADN. So I don't know. Maybe you thought I was saying AMD. No, no, ADN, which is just, well, I mean, I'm not in it. I sort of thought it would stumble at 3. Look at a GME, guys. I mean, just when you think they're going to give up and just let it go back down to 100. Well, this is just, I'm only fascinated because of the range that this thing trades. I mean, GME, I mean, $22. So what was the low right now? 149. I'm hearing MF from yesterday. This is a little, oh, Miss Fresh. That's right, Miss Fresh. Again, I look at this and I think, okay, looks like there's resistance between here and about 180. All right, Sava's been whippy, but I'm looking for another break of 29 to see if it's just been a little bit whippy to start. Look at, look at GME. See what AMC is doing. AMC, what is it doing? Tagging along, yep. Boy, I mean, this has gone negative, BTAI. When you look at the headline, Give me a moment here. Okay, guys, this is a wild one, the ALLG. It's still slightly down from yesterday's close. Just watching this right now, 1314, 1336. Not very much volume yet. Give me a moment here. Sorry, guys, just give me a moment here. I'm trying to do something. Okay. Okay, I'm continue. I got to put an alert for Sava down at 29. See if it takes it out later on. My problem with Sava yesterday, or my wrong way of treating it, shall I or rephrase it, is that I lost sight of it because it was chopping around, not unlike what it's doing today, and then all of a sudden it just really gave up about $3, $4, $5. So I don't want to lose sight of it today. So here's one that got halted also. MLTX got halted on the way down. IOBT got halted on the way down. Ugh, what a disaster this one was. I hope somebody got hurt on this one from, those Reddit guys. All right, China stocks probably, look at what KWeb is doing. If you're trading a China stock, you might want to have this one alongside. This is kind of a general look at what most of the China stocks are doing, KWeb. So let's take a look at Billy, BILI. We're doing exactly the same thing. Meanwhile, IOVA is getting hit here. IOVA underneath that whole number 16. And what's the next low looking left is 1611. So that's below that. 1497 is the next low on the daily. 1497, that's $1 away. IOVA, it's not a low float. They don't all have to be low floats. It's trading 10 times normal up to this point of the day. Okay, here's JetBlue showed up on the 10-day. I wish some of these were at the all-time lows. Those are the ones I love when they show up on the 10-day daily breakdown. But JetBlue is showing up. All right, guys, Saba again, right around that 29 mark. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about, there was the potential alert right there, 29.35 to short. I didn't like the ULCC because of what I saw after hours yesterday. The JetBlue is interesting, 1262, 1244 now. When you look left on the monthly chart, the next low is around 1118, so that's far enough away. Again, all of these I'm sharing, and I'll get into that in about 15 minutes. Well, IOVA just continuing. So just to let you know, the no repeat, what this is telling me right there is IOVA, the first alert was at 938 to potentially short it at 1626. This is why I like to see these in the no repeat. This tells me the first time we got an alert. And then you can go back into this and see, okay, what did it do from there? I'm really keeping an eye on this ALLG. It's very whippy. Spread isn't great. Volume is not anything to write home about right now. I mean, it did trade 3.5 million yesterday. Had a little pop yesterday. Another, okay, IOVT just resumed. It's your sound. Well, I'm not talking all the time, as you know, but it must be your sound. There goes Sava, guys. Yeah, just a moment. Okay, just for you, legal. Good morning, Chloe. All right, back to noise canceling. Just for you. All right. that spread ever tightens up on that ALLG. I'm just looking at this, what happened a few days ago, got all the way up to 28. It's very, very, I still don't trust that float. Meanwhile, IOVA just continues. So again, the initial alert at 1626, 1548. Wow. I mean, that's almost $1 on a $16 stock. Yeah, Tilray is up here. TLRY just made a new high. Earnings play. Let's take a look left. 832 is the next high looking left. It's a big float. Right, go Saba. I can't tell you to take these. All you know, I'm waiting for that 29 break several times. This is the boy, it reminds me of, I don't know where it's going from here, but it reminds me so much of the way it traded early on yesterday. You see what happened yesterday early? You had the big gap down, then it kind of chopped around for half an hour, and then it really started to pick up speed. I'm not saying I don't know what's going to happen today with it, but yeah, that didn't help it. IOVA, that didn't help it at all. I mean, it had was that minutes ago? Because it looks like that news could have come even after hours yesterday, or it was leaked because you look at the reaction, got all the way up to 2068, pulled right back down. Wow, I did not take this one. That was a great short. My goodness, IOVA, easy to get to. Also, lots of shares available. Interactive Brokers, it's not down 10%, so there would have been no issue to get it. Did not hop on it though. Next is hearing next 701. Now this is interesting. So the next high looking left is 733 for next. So this is, alpha stock, guys. Look what the market's doing. Look what it is doing. It doesn't care. Wow, MF is just ripping here. MF, another alpha stock. MF, Miss Fresh. I kind of thought maybe the 180 mark would stall it. I mean, I can't believe it's going to take out $2 in any great way, but I've been wrong before. It's a big float. It is actually an earnings play. Did not realize. I'm sorry. It's an earnings play tomorrow. So it releases earnings after hours, unless they have released early. It doesn't appear like it. So it is an earnings play tomorrow after hours. So I don't know, bets are being placed early, I suppose. Even IOVA showed up. Wow, on my 10-day daily breakdown. I didn't even notice that at 1560. I mean, it still has room. I mean, 15 might hold it. 1493 though. Looks like the low is right around here. All right, there's the ULCC now. It is got back down. I mean, it had a big gap down, moved higher, moving down now. I'm just a little troubled. Well, this is the Frontier. So this is all about, I guess, the Save, JetBlue, and ULCC all linked. But certainly the market's on our side if you want to short right now. I mean, the market is on our side, 45 minutes now. Just one moment, please. All right, let's take a look at some of these ones from my watch list, see if they're moving down. DSKE 804 was the alert, 780 now. This one had the big news in the pre-market about, yeah, phase three. Market doesn't care. Look at this. Market doesn't care. Phase three, positive results. I guess if you really have to dive into the release, maybe it's not as positive as it looks. Not shortable for me though. And then there's this. I mean, if you could have got the shorts, and then there's DDL on the upside. Meanwhile, ADN just made another new high. This deal with Hyundai is obviously giving it a lot of juice. And it's a low float, 26 million. So it's traded the float double now. All right, guys, I have covered most of my Sava. I'm going to keep watching it though later on. Really hoping it would get down. It got down to 28.30 or so, 28.30, 28.52 or so. Yeah, I got into the 40. I was hoping it would get closer to 28 before I covered, but covered most of it. Still a little bit choppy. And I'll stick an alert at 2870 to see if it takes it out again later on. Oh, let me take a look at ULCC. So 1060 is the next low looking left. That's a little too close for me. I mean, it may just power right through that, but I don't like the fact that it's there. So I'm going to take a pass on it right now. Yeah, I mean, baby, listen, I may be completely wrong. This may just crash right through, but got to stick to my rules on these. Wow, I mean, she and me, this is, so what's the high right there is 157.68, almost there. Looking left on the 15-minute chart, looks like around 158 would be a bit of a bit of resistance. But next, I just can't chase these. And it's a big float too, 121 million in the float to get up 24%. So there is news, okay, to supply LNG to China's ENN. Okay, so there was news. Okay, there is the news for next right there. Well, that's a big, big percentage move. 121 million in the float. That's a big move. I didn't see this news until right now. Well, my rule is, I mean, if I look left, somebody's asking me what my rule. If I look left and I see a low, if I'm trying to short something, so when I look left on ULCC, on the daily chart, what did I see? 1060 was the low. So I'm sitting at 1070. I'm toying with the idea of shorting this, in that 1080 area. I look left and I see that low right there of 1060. Now that may not stop it at all, okay? But it's just for me, it just means a no go. So that is call that a rule. I mean, it may just power right through that, but I've just seen too many times. Now, if it did get through that, then 10 is the next low. I'm always looking left, as you know, looking left. If I'm shorting, I want to see the next low. If I'm going long, I want to see the next high. I don't want to see it too close certainly not on the daily. Well, the crew has got a hold of GME today for sure. I mean, this is, look at the volume coming in. All right, THCA. This is, of course, this is an alpha stock today, really. I mean, it's not really following what the market is doing. THCA got a high of 14 after hours yesterday. It's had a, this is a SPAC. This is a SPAC. And I think they've announced who their, yeah, the business combination with Microvast. That was way back in July of last year. So it obviously has not become Microvast yet. Oh, I have no idea, Izeti. No idea what indicators will. And NQ. That's a yeah. We don't track that, so I have no idea. Maybe somebody else who tracks NQ, things like that. They may be able to help you. I certainly can't, and I don't have any idea within Trade Ideas what will do that. We don't have we can't load a NQ at all. So yeah, next is just not stopping. Cannot chase it. It's on an all-time high. Looks like it started. Okay, so it actually I actually have been trading a while. So this is the next high is looking left on the monthly, but it's only 35% above its lifetime low. So all right, why do I have an alert for ZVIA? Let's take a look at ZVIA on the way down. Yeah, I'm not sure why I have that alert. I must have set that alert up a while ago. All right, so the market is resting now. And let's see, there's a green bar. So will this turn into, will it rest here? And then maybe we start getting a series of green bars. All right, maybe 45 minutes, maybe an hour. That'll make bounce plays a lot better. Man, oh man, next. Oh, look at that breakout on the daily out of all this. I mean, it's a big 30% move on 121 million in the float. That is a big move. Yeah, this is shortable for me. It is shortable. Yeah, something is not allowing it to be in that scan. Certainly the volume is good, the relative volume is good. But remember, one of the components is the RSI has to be 85. I mean, it would look like it should be, but I don't know. That's in the 1 minute. And then we've got things like, yeah, the 5 minutes. You would think that that volume is high enough, but something is blocking it from appearing. Well, you could. I mean, you wouldn't do it now. You could go to the stocks like or my template, and you can see exactly what the server is looking at. So it's possible that it wasn't 500% increase in 5 minutes. I mean, there are all sorts of reasons. I trust I trust our data in terms of, that alert. So it would be just a matter of looking at it and seeing what were the values. I'm not going to do it now. Okay, so if you take a look at, well, it does look for a volume confirmation. I mean, you answered your question. How does it do it? Well, it's some kind of algorithm. I can't tell you exactly what it is, but if you go to my homepage, one of the scans I am sharing, and Shady created this one, but if you go to my homepage and go to the VWAP crossing, show you what I'm talking about. If you go to my homepage and go to the scan section, okay, click here. And the VWAP, cross the VWAP. Now there were two in there. The one is the one that requires the volume confirmation, which I have to admit I don't mind, because sometimes you just see the stock, moving up and down through that VWAP, it drive you crazy. The second one though is the one that Shady created, and it basically you get an alert right at the VWAP. Okay, so you can take a look at that. So just load that across the VWAP and take a look at the second one. It's called Shady's. All right. So for instance, here's the VWAP at 726 for next. Will it hold or just thump right through? Man, IOVA, that's like big miss for me. Big, big, big miss. All right, guys, it is now almost 10:30, so get ready. The TI spiel is coming up. So first of all, if you are new to this training room, welcome. This is the format between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Monday to Friday. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. So I just put my homepage link in. A lot of information on my homepage. So if you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. X this out. So here is a promo code you can use to get 15% off the first month or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Click on Get Trade Ideas. You'll see how much it is. And we have 4 plans, an annual, monthly, premium, standard, all right? So the premium is 2,000, less that 15%. The standard is 1,000, less the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which has been, again, I've been saying this for a while. I think we'll have a lot more action once we get into earnings season, which, realistically, a couple of weeks from now. I know some of the banks release next week, but a couple of weeks from now, we'll start getting into it. And then I think for 2 to 6 weeks, should have a lot more activity in the AI. But anyway, right now, very slow. You don't have to take out an annual subscription. In fact, don't. If you don't know, if you're not 100% sure that you want this product, start off with a monthly. Try us out for a month. 118, 228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. But if you ever want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, we will honor the 15%, okay? But if you want to stay on a monthly subscription, that's fine. This is what you'll pay going forward, though. Okay, once after that first month, where you do get a 15% discount. Just give me one moment. My Bluetooth just stopped. Give me one moment. Ooh, you are right. I was, son of a gun. How long was I on? Well, I'm not going to go over it again. Okay, save. Oh, I can't believe that. Where was Pepe? Pepe's usually the one who tells me. I think I sneezed or something. I had a sneeze coming, so I put myself on mute. All right, I'm not going to go over it all again. Just take a look at my homepage. Okay, a lot of information is there. I'm not going to go over it all again. Oh, I see. When my Bluetooth, that was right. That was what it was when I had to my Bluetooth working again. Okay, I'm not going to go over in any detail today then. Just click on my homepage link. Lots of information is there. Okay, here's how you can take out a subscription. If you're starting off with Trade Ideas, please click this link. It's about a 30-minute long video. It is segmented. Okay. Free sections, trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video. This is free at noon, and all the education is here. Okay. And then so all the education is here. We have our guide, big guide. That's at getting started again. Daily support sessions. I take a break at noon Eastern. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room at noon. Goes from 12 to 1. It'll be Steve Gomez today. The daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. And again, if you're new to trading, please take a look at this. All free. Starts off with what is a stock, okay? Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Short videos. And last, my scans. Here are my scans, all the scans that I'm sharing right here. So a lot of information, my homepage, the getting started section, my scans, all the education. If you save my link, then you can look at this anytime you want. Now I can go. So if you click on, I'm also, there are a lot of scans that are, if you click on new from our toolbar, click on doc channel bar, these are all theme-based channels, okay? There are a lot of scans in here. So why I'm sort of showing you this is that I'm sharing a lot of scans. So for a lot of you who start off with Trade Ideas, you know, it can be a daunting task sometimes. You know, you want to create your own alert windows, top list windows, don't quite know how to get started. Well, that's why I'm sharing a lot of my scans. You can take a look at them. So you don't have to know how to create a scan from scratch. Also, if you go into our toolbar, you'll see we have a lot of scans here. Here's a momentum scan. Okay. So if you like it, you can save it to the cloud. You can, of course, make adjustments. When I say that, if you right click configure and click on summary, you'll see what a scan is looking for. So in this particular case, if all these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we see the stock. That's why, and it's real time. That's why we see ACHL right now. Okay, these filter requirements are met. Now, you could always change some of these. I mean, if you didn't like the price range, you could change it. You know, if you didn't like something else, you could change it, maybe increase the volume. It's up to you. But if you like it as is, just give me one moment, please. So if you like this one, you just save it to the cloud, go on to another channel. You see something else you like in another channel, you know, you save it to the cloud. So what I'm really trying to show you is you can extract scans that we have made, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring back them one at a time from the cloud, and thereby creating your own layout without actually having to build a scan from scratch. Okay. Now, of course, if you do want to build your own scans, you can do it. So if I right click on an alert window, configure, search, these are all the filters that we have. I'm sorry, these are all the alerts that we have. All right. And if I scroll down and when I get to these icons, these are the filters that we have. So as a company, we decided that most people do not want to have to learn a programming language. So we tried to create enough alerts and filters so that for the absolute majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. Don't get hung up on how many alerts and filters that we have. You don't have to learn them all. So think of it like a menu and you're sort of a la carte. You pick and choose, combine them, see what happens. I mean, there's no right or wrong way to create a scan, but a lot of it can be trial and error. See what sort of alerts you get. You get too many, then what you do is you increase the filter values. In other words, let's just say for argument's sake, you had a scan and you put 50,000 shares as a minimum, and you're just getting inundated with alerts. Maybe you raise it to 200 or 300,000. Things like that. A lot of it is a bit of trial and error. Okay, Troy, one more, and I'm just going to have to block you. Okay, we don't. This is somebody in our YouTube room. A little too promotional. Okay, one more post like that, and I'm going to block you. Okay, now I'm going to talk a little bit about this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus, that we call Brokerage Plus, that big blue window. Okay, so I put a link in called Brokerage Plus. Now, first of all, this is only available if you're using our app. If you're using our application, downloadable application, if you're using our web-based version, not available. All right. So the link I put in, there are two videos. There's a short video that shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay. And the longer video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. You notice right here, Brokerage Plus, and then there are two options underneath. One is live and one is simulation. But please listen carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is or where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. It just means that if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, this feature is not available. Okay, if you have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you have to use it. Okay, now how I like to demonstrate its use, though, more as a simulator. If you're new to trading, please practice trading first before you commit money to the market. Our simulator is a great way to start. All you need is our standard service. You don't even need a broker. It's using our real-time data. So you don't even need a broker to do it. Why I say that is that, you might be just getting started and you're still not 100% sure of who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading. So again, all you need is our standard service. And then you click on sim. Let me start from scratch because this is what you would see. Okay, it would say not connected. You click on sim and it'll say going through the connection process. So now it'll say select account. You click on it and now I just click on simulated trading default. Now you're in simulation mode. Okay, practice trading. Can't emphasize that enough. And I'll go over some trades later on, maybe. I mean, it's so simple to do. You just click on an alert, symbol shows up, pick how many shares, the price you want to get in at. If you're going long, you buy it. If you're going short, you sell. It's really that simple. And you can practice swing trading also. You can practice swing trading also. If I don't get out of, if I practice trading and I have a trade going. If I don't exit it at the end of the day, then it'll carry forward. So you can practice swing trading using this also. Yes, if you want access to the AI TC, you need our premium service. All right, let me take a look and see what's happening now that I've kind of gone through my little spiel and see what's happening. It was a great pullback at 784 down to 7. You know, even if you don't get it right at the top here on the short, but somewhere in here, 750, write it down to that 7. That would have been a nice one, but it is starting to pop again. And yes, next. Yesterday's high flyer and NOX, today's semi disaster. Okay, so NOX and NOX. That is for Zach. I'll have to do what Demosthenes. It's a tough. He's a tough one to pronounce. Demosthenes. Look it up. How he practiced talking. My guess is no other trading room in the world had a Greek reference like that today. Wow, Arcus, this was the one yesterday. This was the one that was added and it didn't do it. I mean, it was added yesterday to the S&P Small Cap 600. We're looking for a nice run and I thought maybe today, but no, 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 no. Okay, my alerts have slowed down. I'm not getting any new alerts. Oh, look at the range on this GME. I mean, it got what, 158 or so? Got up to this right here, 159. Then the next candle after that, the 15-minute candle, right back down to 151. Now popping back up. Well, actually, you've had some excellent bounce plays early from your scan, even though the market wasn't really helping. Let's see, Snap at 36.30, Pins 24.42, well, okay, actually, let's keep an eye on this one. 2442 was the alert. I'm going to stick an alert around 2449 and see if it, or 51, and see if it takes it out. That one didn't really bounce too much. MGM 3974. Yeah. So far your bounce plays have been excellent. Love 4275, 44. Again, I don't typically look at them until the afternoon, but boy, they really, even though the market really didn't help that much. Again, this is what I'm talking about, Zacks, bouncers, and toppers. So the bounces, just have to look at this. Again, one of the ones I'm sharing. ADN VWAP test, yes, 329 is the VWAP for ADN. All right, guys. Well, okay, the ULCC now did take out that low of 1060. I don't even know if Twitter was. I don't know if Twitter was actually an alert for the AI. You know what the AI is. I mean, it doesn't look at individual stocks. I mean, I can't even remember if Twitter was one of the ones that was alerted. I mean, the AI is it's a series of strategies, and if Twitter didn't meet, first of all, let me just look here. Twitter was not. Thank you, JDP. Yeah. Yeah, so remember what the AI is all about. I mean, the AI doesn't look at individual stocks and make a prediction. There are a series of strategies that get optimized overnight. The ones that make the cut are the ones that will appear. So tonight there's an optimization procedure. Tomorrow, those strategies that made the cut after the procedure, they will be the strategies for tomorrow. And if a stock doesn't meet the filter requirements, then you'll never see it. So for instance, here's my basic new highs and lows. This is just for instance, if looking here, configure, summary. So I've got a pretty tough filter in here. The current volume is at least 8 as an example. Okay, that means it's trading at least 8 times normal up to this time. Well, when we got the alert. Now, you might see another stock and you say, well, wait a minute, this stock, this other stock made a new high. How come it's not showing here? Because the filter values weren't met. So the same thing with Twitter or any other stock that you might think, well, how come it's not showing up in the AI? Filter values weren't met. That's okay. Don't be sorry. Do not be sorry. And welcome. Welcome. Don't be sorry for asking a question. Now, many other scans that people create would pick up Twitter. I mean, Twitter, of course, 2 days ago, Twitter 2 days ago was picked up, in a very basic pre-market scan. You would have seen Twitter in a pre-market scan. And then yesterday, same thing. And it's one of the ones I'm one of the ones that I'm sharing. All right, pins, guys. Okay, pins. It took a while to bounce from Zach Scan. Now the next high looking left is about 2466, so it may stall there, but all right, 1055. So this is, I was explaining how I'm attempting to use this. This is from Zach's. These are two scans from Zach, and I typically don't look at them in the morning. I focus because I'm doing too many other things. But in the afternoon, I will certainly pay more attention. But listen, bounce plays and topping plays, they're challenges. I mean, it's wonderful in retrospect if you see something that topped out and you can pick the top and then it drops or short, or the reverse. Like the love here, 42.75. There was an alert, got down to what, 42.59. That's a great bounce. Okay, that's a bounce play. Problem is sometimes we get alerted at the beginning at 42.75 and then at 42.67. Remember, these are bounce plays. So, and then what if it got alerted finally at 42 also? Because all the filters were met. Like, how do you play it? I mean, where are you going to predict where that bounce is going to be? So what I'm trying to do is to maybe make it a little bit easier on myself anyway, is to say, okay, that was the first alert for love at 42.75. It got down to 42.67 and it actually got down to 42.56. That's not too far away, from that 42.75. So what I didn't do it here because I wasn't paying attention, but what I would do is just put an alert here at 42.75. Try not, not guessing that this is going to be the bottom, but put the alert at the price alert at that original one and see what happens from there. So that you have a bit of a defined price where you could get into the trade. Takes some of the guesswork out. I'm not saying it's going to work all the time, of course, and you don't want it to be so far away. You don't want the bottom to be so far away from that original alert, though. Yeah, that scan is on my homepage. Yep. It's called Zach's Bouncers and Toppers. Okay, just go to my homepage, go to the scan section, and it's called Zach's Bouncers and Toppers. Because look, playing bounces, playing tops, you want to short tops, you want to go long on bounces, not easy. So the market is just sort of basing here a bit. We had that 45, well, of course, we had the big gap down pre-market, 45 minutes of basically straight down, and now we're just kind of resting. Let's take a look at the sectors, see if there's any remarkable change. Probably not. And I'm sure, let's see what energy is the one I'm interested in. Yeah, still basically 100% of them are up from yesterday's close. Still a look at tech, 94% are down from yesterday's close, 80% communications. Consumer staples, 2/3 are up from yesterday's close. And utilities, this is typical, market gets starting to get a little bit trashed. People start to run to dividend paying stocks, utilities. All right, well, pins. So when I looked at pins, the first thing I saw was this. I said, okay, great. Yes, I got it. I got the alert. It popped up above that alert price from Zach's scan. But then when you look left, what do you see? What I saw was, about 12 cents away was 24.60 right here. To me, that was just too much resistance. Now, if it can somehow make its way through that, then you've got something that could really start to run. But, right now, I'm resetting my alert, 24.50 for pins. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys, so this BTAI, which seemingly had really good news, okay, seemingly, it popped up, got up to what, $26 in the pre-market. FDA approval of their drug. It just tanked though. It actually got negative, trying to come back a little bit now. BTAI over 21 could be interesting. Low float. That's why you got to be so aware though. That's a very low float, 18.9 million. But I mean, it's got obviously traders are going to be looking at this and thinking, man, it hit 20, almost 26 in the pre-market. And they're going to look at the news and it looks good, but I mean, I guess the problem is that, yes, they've approved the drug, but what is the market for it? I mean, I'm looking, schizophrenia associated agitation. I mean, I just don't know what the market is for that. I mean, they talk about it. You can just sort of see, here's the, 7.3 million people diagnosed with schizophrenia, bipolar, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know. I mean, it certainly had the great pop pre-market on that news. And it's starting to run again right now. And there you go. Yes, look at BTAI go now. Sell at 79.99. Is there a price, $80 target on it? Oh, okay. I missed that post. Well, a lot of volume coming in. A lot of volume. Let's see if the volume can sustain itself and get closer to that 26. Why not? Very few shorts at Interactive Brokers. There are 7,000 shorts for BTAI at Interactive Brokers. Very few. Pretty, yeah, low float and, pretty high short float percent, 10%. Bated breath time, BTAI. Okay, guys. Wow, look at GME. Just hard trader. Tough trader. 159 now back down to 148.52. $7 drop. Yeah, I mean, nothing to sneeze at is getting FDA approval. It's just sort of, but the problem is, I guess, is the float. I mean, it's such a low float that, it can be so whippy. But getting FDA approval is nothing, it's obviously a huge milestone for the company. Yeah, let's see. 2,000 shares have been snapped up at Interactive Brokers. All right, there's the pins again, but again, I'll look at this level right here, 2461. I have to put an alert there. PINS, put an alert there, see if it takes that out. If it can do that, then it's got a shot. As long as the market doesn't, keep moving down, I'm talking about the PINS, it's got a shot then. Yeah, with that float, I mean, anything can happen with this BTAI with that float and that price. So this maybe it's just a two bar pullback on the 2 minute chart. I'm just very eager to take some of this at some point. Meanwhile, SND, Smart Sand, SND, look at this thing moving here. Saw this back a few days ago when it got up to 485, collapsed, but it is having a day again. SND having a day again. And the high, that was last week, I guess, or a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, 3 weeks ago. The high was 485, SND, low float, 23 million in the float. All right, guys, 11:18. I'm slowly losing enthusiasm here for this market. Not seeing anything. All right, so here's another one from Zach's bounce scan, SRTS. The alert came at 886, so it's not far away. I mean, look, it's got some room. I mean, $10, that's where it came before the big drop. That's where it was before the big drop. What's the float like? Another low float situation, 11.7 million in the float. And even here, if you look at the 5-minute chart, it's got room to that 960 level. And now, I don't want to see the market moving down, which it is right now. Is there any news on this one? Don't see any specific news on it. Savage ticked me off. Why does it have to do this? Oh, man. It was an okay trade for me, on the short side, but then, it popped up and now it's right back down underneath that 29 level. It's a very, it's sort of an erratic. Look at the 5-minute chart, the way it just sort of chops around. All right, maybe stick an alert just over 22 for BTAI. So there's been short. Okay, at Interactor, it's interesting to watch how this works. This is what I'm looking at, guys. Okay, this is Interactor Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. So when we were talking about this, there were 5,000 shares or 7,000 shares available to short, and then it went down to 5,000. And so they're in Interactor Brokers. Obviously, there's been some covering. Okay, because now there's 15,000 shares, and could be happening in other firms. People starting to cover. Yeah, that started trading as GGR yesterday. Yeah, look at this pop here. Yeah, it was a SPAC. Started trading as GGR yesterday. Got as high as 1759. So this is starting to some rippage happening here now. Yeah, that is sort of typical. It usually takes, I mean, when it was PPGH, it was shortable. But typically, when it's a new symbol, sometimes it takes a while. Well, that was the Reddick stock, right, at the beginning. So yeah, I got up to 1641. It looks a lot like the BTAI coming back, the way BTA, they're not related at all, of course. This is just a, well, I don't even know what to call it, a Reddick stock. Here we go. Shares of former SPAC Big Bear. This was a long time ago. Trading higher amid possible increased retail investor interest. So the ULCC, yeah, it got just underneath that level, but not really that much. Yeah, 1060 was that low looking left. So I just didn't like it. Didn't see an ULCC, just didn't see enough room underneath. Yeah, don't hold your breath on the AI yet. I'll be completely honest. I mean, it's been, it for the last 3 weeks or so, even a month. I just haven't seen anything worthwhile. I mean, there's been a couple, but overall, no. Again, when earnings season starts, we'll probably get more alerts of stocks that have some movement in them. All right, guys, again, not too many new alerts right now. All right, I see Gree showed up on your bouncers. Again, with the market being so weak, it's hard to really commit to these bounces, but a lot easier on the short side. I see why you guys were talking about GGR. Also, it's showing up on Zach stopping scan. But yeah, no shorts available for us at Interactive. Oh, wait a minute. GGR, 78,000. Wow. So I don't know if they just came on board, but I see 78,000 shares available. Where do I get, Robert? From briefing.com, briefing.com. Okay. It's free. You just got to sign up for it. You give them your email and they'll send it to your inbox at about 9:10 Eastern time, of course. So it's briefing.com. Many other sites out there, of course. It's not necessarily a complete, of course, there's probably no site out there that is a complete, that will give you every single upgrade and downgrade. I do it because it's easy, because they send it to me. I don't have to do anything. $249, yeah, just touch the VWAP. So that's interesting. The GGR just became available. Well, this has got a nice drop if it happens for this GGR. Yeah, okay, Sam, so I'm sharing a scan that's called the VWAP Cross. Okay, you can take a look at it. The first one, if you click on my homepage link, okay, click on my homepage link, go to the scan section. One of them is called VWAP, where is it? VWAP Cross. Cross the VWAP. Now there are two alerts in there, or two alert scans in there. The first one requires volume confirmation. Okay, I don't absolutely mind that, but the second one, which is called, I think, Shady's, actually will show you right at the VWAP. So you can take a look at them both. Okay, and then of course or you can adjust it, different time frames, or not time frames, but different price ranges, volumes, etc. But that'll get you started. Okay. Well, again, Bill, it's not easy. I mean, playing bounces, playing tops are not easy. So all I've been saying is that, sometimes, not so much today, but sometimes, look at MGM as an example. This was a bounce, right? So the first alert happened at 39.74. The next one was at 39.63. Sometimes you'll get a series of them. Every time it makes a new low and it meets the scan requirements, so this could have been 39.50, could have gone down to 39.30. Who knows? Now, this did not go, that second alert was not that far from the first one. So what I've been suggesting, as long as the stock doesn't drop so much from the very first alert you get, these are in bouncers, maybe put a price alert at that alert. Okay, in this case, the 39.74, and play it from there. It's not scientific or anything like that, but at least it gives you an idea about where you could have an entry. The problem is if if you get an alert at 39.74 and the stock goes down to 37, okay, like really craters, then that 39.74 becomes really nothing you really want to look at that like later on. But if it doesn't go too much further down from where you get the first alert, then you can kind of put a price alert there. That's what I'm thinking anyway. So the same thing here, the 1448, so a GGR. So now look, it got up to 15. Okay, so you might be thinking, wow, I mean, we're if I shorted it at 1448, that wouldn't have been good, obviously. Okay, now, first of all, I never ever in any scan, I never take the the alert or I never jump into a trade just because I get an alert. I'm always looking. What's happening? What's the market doing? Where might there be some resistance? So at 1448, now the problem here could be, it got up to 15 something. If you put your price alert at 1448, I mean that may be a little too low. It's about 50 cents away. So, but I mean, it may work. It may work because if it got down to 1448 again, there's room underneath that it could still collapse. But right now, you would not have wanted to short it at 1448. So there's no, again, playing bouncers and toppers is not easy. Here we go. See, right now that doesn't work. You put an alert here at 1448, the first one. That's way too far away from that 1525. Is that all kind of making a little bit of sense? But for instance, on the MGM and the Love. So we had an alert here, 42.75. That was the first alert for Love, 42.75. Another one at 42.67. What did it get down to? Okay, before it actually bounced. It got down to 42.57. That's not that far away from 42.75, is it? I mean, it's not that far away. So you could have put a price alert at 42.75, waited for that to happen, if it happened, and then took the trade and then take the trade there. With a stop at the low. There goes BTAI guys a bit. So if I had, I mean, I didn't do this because I wasn't paying attention to this. Usually don't look at these until the afternoon. But if I'd been doing this the way I just outlined it, I would have got in at 42.75 and my stop would have been at the bottom here at 42.57. That's not that far away. Okay, it's less than 20 cents away on a $42 stock. So that's a pretty tight stop. So my expectation though, on a 20-cent stop, can I reasonably expect to make 40 cents, one for two? Well, of course, there's lots of room for it to move higher. So that's my analysis anyway. All right, so I'm not going to sell until 120. I'm using Zach's theory, 124.99. That's my sell for BTAI, and we're just having some fun here. So somebody's put an $80 price target. Another firm has put a 125. Why not? Well, let's see if those price targets get it to go absolutely crazy for the BTAI. Look at G. Well, look at Sava. Man, oh man, why did you do? I wish I were still in this one. I mean, this could rock lower again, guys. I don't think I'm going to do it again, but I'm going to crack through 23 in a big way. Okay, guys, again, I'll be right back. All right. Fun and games with BTAI, guys. Key was getting over 22 again. Saying, can it get over 22 again? Several alerts in this area. And who knows, maybe William will be right. Look at the volume that came in too, though. That's the key thing. The volume that came in, popping it through 22. Again, no recommendations. You had to be awfully careful. I mean, with 19 million shares in the float for a $23 stock, right on. You're not short anymore, William. Or you couldn't find shorts, that's right. Or was it the other one you couldn't find shorts for? You're not short this one anymore. Oh, you're long. Okay, good. Good, good, good. Oh, man. Oh, there's a Sava. Sorry, I thought that was another price alert for the BTAI. I'm not touching it now. I mean, this. Oh, man. Hallelujah. Oh, no, this gets the blood going. Man. of these ridiculous price targets. Look at the candle on it. Look at this candle. Look at the volume. Volume. You know, the problem with that at the beginning was the volume was kind of light. I mean, I know it's 96 times normal, don't get me wrong, but with that sort of news, with only 18.9 million in the float, I would have thought it'd be trading like 60, 70, 80 million shares by now. Now, it may as it keeps picking up, but okay, well, obviously, guys, okay, I've traded out most of my position. It'll be interesting to see what it does tomorrow. Coming right into, you had to be aware of that 200-day moving average, okay? 24.41. It just got above it briefly, 24.57. Was watching that, wanting to see if it could really crack it. It did not. So again, I'm not going to tell anybody what to trade. I'm just showing you what I'm looking at. And I said a couple of times, taking out 22 again. Let's see if it can take out 22 again. And on volume, I mean, that's what happened. I mean, the volume. That's all it is. Enthusiasm back. All right. And the shorts are being 10,000 shares were snapped up. I'm not gonna, I'm out, I'm basically out of it, but I'm just looking at, it's interesting just to follow. I mean, again, last time I looked, there were 15,000 shares short. Now there are only 4,000. So, from Interactive Brokers, so 10,000 have been shorted. Oh, I'm probably missing something. EXPR. I'll be taking my break soon though. So, hey, listen, I'm pretty happy with BTAI. Yeah, look at the volume coming in. Not going to show up here because the relative volume is too low, but yeah, lots of volume coming in. 1250 chatter. Why not? Yeah, here we go. Yareach Capital 1250 on Seeking Alpha. Why not? Look at pins. I'm not going to do it, guys, because I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon. But there's the pins now at that level. Looking left on that 15-minute chart, PINS. So I mean, if it wants to keep going, it's got a lot of room. 25.60. Got about $1 until you get to these highs up here. Wow. Remember, I was just saying, I don't know, 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, I wasn't getting new alerts, very many new alerts. Now, this is is this showing up on other people's charts? Let me see if it's showing up on, no. So this is, for some reason on our 15-minute chart, we have a big topping tail for the SPY. I'm just looking at Interactive Brokers charts. That doesn't exist. So forget about that. I don't know what happened here. Take a look at GM. Well, position in the year range, it's yeah, I mean, you can just see here on our position in year range, it's basically right there. You get a lot of clues here, without even having to look at a chart. That's why I love to have all these position and ranges. It's a really It's a really great filter, I think, that we have all these different position and ranges. Yeah, so we have a lot of position and range filters, JDP. So for instance, if I right click, configure, and do a search, okay, and I click and I type in position, okay, so we've got the position of the open, position in the 5, 15, 30 minutes, 60 minute. This is the day, position in the previous day's range. So if you want to see stocks, for instance, that are above the high of yesterday, as an example, this is what I do in this one. You would use the position in the previous day's range, and you could put 100. All right, that would mean it's above, either right at or above yesterday's high. 0 would mean it's right at yesterday's low or below it. Okay, as an example. Okay, so let me just bring this up again. Okay, so position in a pre-market range, a position in the pre-market range, you want stocks above the high, the pre-market. 5, 10, 20, 30, 5, 10, sorry, 5, 10, 20, 3 months, 6, 9, year, 2 year, and lifetime. So when you see over here, for instance, position in your range for GM, okay, it's only, it's basically, when you see something red in 1.6, that means it's really at the low of the year, okay, in the position in the year. Well, it depends how you're going to use it, TC. I mean, when I say it's garbage, I mean, right now it's not giving me anything. But again, in a couple of weeks, when we get into earnings season, it could start to produce a lot. No guarantee, but if you're new, I would start off with our standard service. I don't think there's any rush to take the AI. So, here's the 10-day daily breakdown with the IOVA as an example. Now, IOVA actually lifted off that, but you can see it was at this point it's 27% above the all-time low. One of the things I love to see in the 10-day daily breakdown is stocks that are at the all-time low. We're not getting any today, but a lot of times you'll see the 10-day daily breakdown. I glance over here and I see it's if I see a negative number, it means it's at an all-time low, as an example. So I don't even have to look at a chart. I just know where things are. I mean, there's only one alert today from the AI, as an example. There have hardly been any alerts over the last 3 weeks. Again, I know that it'll start to. We'll get more alerts as we get into earnings season. It doesn't mean they'll all be great alerts, but we certainly will get more alerts. But if you're new, yeah, I mean, if you're just looking for the AI as some kind of robotic way to trade, no. Many people who sign up with this with the idea that they can take the AI and just take every trade hold it for the day and make money every single day. It's not going to happen. Wow, look at that GGR now. Wow. You see, I mean, there was the top though, 1525. I mean, yeah, if you had said maybe that's the top, but what it could have gone to 16 though. Okay, it could have gone to 16. There was the first alert, 1448. So in this particular case, it would have been okay to put an alert at 1448, going down to 1415, and who knows, how much further. To me, that was just too far away from that high though. All right, guys, so what I'm going to do is I get set to take my break. I want to put in the YouTube link. Steve will be there in about 7 minutes or so. Yeah, maybe they did, Zach, cover it out of fear and get pop the stock. Not that many shares though. It's interesting though because yeah, you see there are no shares now. No shares right now for GGR. So you had a lot of people at Interactive Brokers and probably around the world that were shorting this because when the last time I looked, I think there were 70,000 shares available. Zero. They've all been snapped up. Unfortunately, I was not one of them. But you got to admit, Zach. I mean, if you taken this short at 1448 and watch it go to 1525, and then who knows where, because there's no chart resistance. It's scary. Well, I have a gaming computer. Okay, I do a lot of different things. I'm running two trading rooms. I do a video at noon. I've got my brokerage platform, so I've got a lot of things going on. So they got me. I mean, I've got 32 megs of RAM, or gigs of megs, gigs of RAM. Okay, I think that you can probably get by with 8, minimum. Depends, depending on what other things you're doing. We do most of the heavy lifting. So I don't think you have to get 32 gigs, but well, okay. Yeah, JGP, and I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon. So yeah, one of the problems with trade ideas that you can have, anybody can have, myself included, is having too many windows. Okay, now alert windows are not the issue. It's the top list windows. If you have a lot of top list windows open, because the top list windows they get updated every 30 seconds, and if you've got a high count, here's a top list window right here, okay? So if I right click time frame, set record count, if you have, I mean, you can put a maximum of 1,000. What that means though, and you shouldn't, okay? Even 150 is probably too many, okay? But if you have a lot of top list windows open, what's happening is that every 30 seconds, the system has to update your top list windows. And if you have a high record count, it's got to go through like a lot of stocks, okay, to figure out which ones it's going to be selected for in the next 30 seconds. So that's the normal reason why people have any sort of degradation when they're using trade ideas. That's the normal reason. It's not so much the alert windows, it's the top list windows. But my advice is to start to pare down everything anyway. Otherwise, you'll never get anything done. Okay, you can have. I know I mean, we never want to miss anything. I mean, that's just the nature of it, right? You start to see. You never want to miss any sort of a setup. That I always use the store. When I started just as a subscriber with Trade Ideas in 2010, I probably had 40 windows open because I did not want to miss anything. Well, consequently, you miss everything because all you're doing is clicking on alerts all day long and getting nothing done. So at some point, you have to start paring them down, saying, you know what, this is not a bad a scan, but it's maybe I just have to get rid of it for a while anyway. I mean, that's what I do. I never, if I create a scan, I save everything to the cloud because at some point in time, I may bring it back. For instance, I got rid of my gap continuation and reversal scan right now. Okay. I hadn't used it for maybe a couple of years. I brought it back a few months ago. I liked it for a while. I'm tired of it now. Okay. So, I got rid of it and I'll bring something else to replace it. The other thing too is to try to figure out what sort of a trader you are. I'm a momentum trader. Case closed. I miss a lot of pullbacks because I just don't, there are scans, I guess, for pullbacks and all, but I miss a lot of pullbacks. It doesn't bother me at all. I'm a momentum trader. I concentrate on stocks near the high or the low of the day, and I trade off that. And I don't beat myself up for missing, this is a nice little pullback here. It may pop. Doesn't bother me. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. So I'm going to put my announcement in. Steve, if you're in, I don't think you're in stream.
Hello?
Stream. There you are. I hear you.
You hear me?
Okay. Yeah. Just give me a moment.
I accidentally shared my desktop and put it back to yours so we can still see yours.
That's okay. Just getting my information in for the guys and letting them know. Okay, so I put the YouTube link in, so you can head over there. Steve is there right now. He'll be there between 12 and 1. So I put the YouTube link in the room, and I'll take my break right now, and I'll mute myself. Just give me a moment, Steve. Let me mute myself. Okay, you're good to go.
All right. Hopefully you're muted. I don't hear you. Anyway, I'm loving this new StreamYard technology we're using to just kind of slide in and slide out. So much better than the last option we had. All right, looks like you can see my desktop on YouTube. Looks like you can hear my voice on YouTube. All is good. Hi, Aja. Didn't put out a video on Sunday. Where are you looking on the YouTube channel for Trade Ideas? If that's the case, sorry about that. Those are being created over on TikTok now. I'm getting kind of a good following over there, and I normally pop those into our Slack channel, and somebody with the keys to the YouTube will tweet that. Okay. I'll remember that people are waiting for that on YouTube as well, and make sure that those get out. Speaking of, it's not really doing a whole lot for us here. Just a lot of crazy back and forth. Big spike. Oh, let me get my Illustrator. Yeah, so we had a big spike yesterday in GOLD, the trade of the week, and then it just pulled back. But the good news is that it did not stop out. The stop, it basically bounced at the 20 right there yesterday, and it didn't close below. And thankfully, we got a nice, strong open today. It's not falling apart with the rest of the market. That's one of the reasons the trade idea is a gold miner, because when you look at the Qs or the NASDAQ, we see a lot of deterioration here in the last couple of days. And when we look at the GDX stocks, they've just been trending and holding up. There's really been not much to worry about over there. But for those of you who like want it sooner, let me propose this. This is the TikTok account. If you have it, you can go on there and follow me on there, and you will get them Sunday. Otherwise, we have to wait for somebody who has the keys to the YouTube to pop in there and upload it. But the content originates there on TikTok under my old username, Today Trader, which Twitter took from me because they don't like me. All right, so yeah, a lot of stuff going on. I don't know, was anybody in my webinar last night? You might have been, David. Last night I told the webinar crowd, yeah, Asia, I'm 55. I'm not young, and I'm on there. Come on. Okay, so David, you heard me say it. I didn't like what I was seeing out there, and I cleared the decks on my longs yesterday, except for PSLV. Gold and silver, I think, will probably be some sort of a safe haven, but yeah, especially the NASDAQ we were looking at, how it just got a major rejection at the 200-day. And I cleared out, as I said in my webinar last night, I cleared out of a lot of my stuff, most of my stuff yesterday, midday. I just didn't like what we were seeing. Everything was red. And there's just a lot of little tea leaves that were popping up in my experience that just made me think, you're crazy if you're going to try and hold this portfolio long again for another night after that nice move that we had. So I sold out of everything yesterday, and I mentioned I did buy SQQ, which is an inverse of the Qs. I purchased those right about the same time yesterday that I was selling my stuff. And so far, so good. It's always nice when you feel like you've made the right decisions, because it's so easy to look back in hindsight and say, boy, what the hell was I thinking? Why did I not get out? So, but yeah, for those of you who don't want to join TikTok, I get that. It's an extremely addictive device that seems to understand your psyche and what turns you on and attacks your lizard brain. And before you know it, you've wasted 30 minutes staring at stuff. But nonetheless, I'm over there doing some ideas, because I think, personally, I think a lot of the stock talk, TikTok stuff, stock discussions, the influencers, quote unquote, I think it's really, really sad. You know, a bunch of inexperienced dudes standing in front of a leased Lamborghini telling you how much money they made today. That's pretty much what it is. So I'm trying to go over there and create some value. Yeah, at first, David, I wasn't really excited the fact that it was Chinese owned, but I've embraced it. You know, it is what it is, and just going to accept it. Gold back to highs. Okay, so our trade of the week is trying to do something here. I've got some in another account. I've got 3 different accounts. Okay, let's see if I missed anything here. Hello, everybody. Willow Puff, yeah, you were there too. So I'm feeling kind of good. Again, it's very difficult to navigate the markets perfectly. I mean, if you can do it most of the time and make good decisions, it certainly helps. I was a bit frustrated yesterday because the markets weren't down that much, but my positions were just getting roiled. So I took that as a sign to get out. I don't know how many of you know this, but we have a new scan. I'm going to walk you through it here. Okay, it's called the What We're Watching, or the Trader's Eye. And yeah, that was another thing yesterday that made me just ill. This scan, and this is a curated list from me and Andy and Jamie and Sean. I'm sorry, Sean's not here. Michael and Barry and Chris, and we pop ideas in here. And last week, good ideas mixed with some bad ones, but at least good ones. But yesterday, every single idea we threw in there was red. So today we're a little bit more cautious and waiting for more confirmation. But this is the stuff that was basically been added on the fly. Let's do this right here. I'll show you. Yeah, so there's our back office, and we can add these symbols in on the fly, and within 30 seconds they will pop up on this window. So how do you get this window? Well, the easiest way to get this, if anybody's interested, is to go to new docked channel bar. Docked channel bar is going to create a whole workspace here. And if you'll notice in the channel bar on the docked, we have the TI Trader's Eye. So if we click into that, you will now see there is the same scan that I had on my desktop. Here is the same scan, but it's as it relates to moving averages. Here is a single stock window on each one of them. On a very busy day, if we wanted to, we could run a race based on change from the open or whatever. You know, we could just say run it for 5 minutes. All we really need is 5 or 6 lanes. Change from the open, sort on delta value. Dun, 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 dun. And there we go. So we can start to monitor the Trader's Eye. And again, these are not scans that are being spit out from a configuration that we're just blindly following. This is, as I said, it's over 125 years of market experience collected, put together. And what's catching our eye for whatever reason, it's not important, but it's catching our eye for some reason. And I think people would like to know about those stocks during the day. So this channel is a way in which you can monitor in real time what's going on the Trader's Eye. You can see we've got GDX in there as well. We talked about that one a minute ago. So again, just go to a new docked window, docked channel bar, and then you can find this channel, the Trader's Eye, and keep an eye on what's going on. If you don't want that, you know, I can just give you the actual scan itself, and this should work as well. And each day it'll have new symbols in there. Right, there you go. That's the actual cloud link. If anybody wants to start monitoring this going forward, it's probably a good idea. And I wanted to highlight, but I didn't want to lose my train of thought. Where are we here in the market currently? We are testing, as I say, every single time I get on the air, the intraday 10 SMA is a momentum line. And you can see that we tried to get above in that last candle and kind of wicked and failed. Now we're dropping back into that zone. And if this continues to kind of bleed lower, then once again, my momentum indicator to the downside in this case is showing, be careful out there if you're long, if it does this, by the way, because it ran right smack into this line, the enforcer of momentum. And we always watch these levels closely. We're at a very interesting area of interest right now. I'm not going to predict anything. If I had to predict, I think we're going lower just because of the way there's no bounce today. And the price action is very much caught up now in this declining 10 SMA. What I told Andy earlier, we talk all day long, is I think the Qs kind of have a date with that 50 moving average right there. And I think the SPYs are probably going to want to do the same. They're both pretty darn close down here now. They're trying to hold their 20, but if they can't hold that today, I think this 50-day moving average in both Qs and SPYs could come into play pretty quickly. All right, I'm missing some questions here. Can you demonstrate where to set the count limit? Yes, top list. And your second question, the Trader's Eye will be changed daily. Yes, it'll be changed daily, and you keep an eye on it. We might even pop something in there 20 minutes after the open that we didn't catch the night before. So we have a traders thread here, a trade ideas, and we're trading our own accounts, and we're just busy beavers over there typing away about this, about that, sold half of this, looking at that, watching this, set an alert for that. And we just thought, well, there's no reason why we can't include our users into these ideas as well. So I know you probably like hearing those words, and I think it's a great idea that we finally put to use. Your first question, demonstrate the count. So here's a top list for you. You just right click to set the count limit, and you go to time frame. I don't know why it's in time frame. It should be in properties to me, but it's in time frame. And there you go. Set record count is defaulted to 100. You can go up to 1,000, but I think that's just too much information for anybody to even consider digesting. And it also slows down the system. Okay, next questions. And somebody also asked us, will the Trader's Eye be holding shorts? Eventually. But right now, we're just starting with longs, only longs. And so even though the market is down across the board in many sectors, energy, gold miners, yeah, look at these, Mosaic. Matter of fact, you guys, these were set last night in my webinar. Mosaic and CF, the only two stocks that I trusted to the long side based on the agriculture and fertilizer shortages. They're having a nice day in a horrible down market. So we're always looking for those strong sectors to try and focus on the next day. And again, these are long only ideas, but I certainly see at some point adding a short side of ideas too. Hello, Perfect Circle. You taking an early lunch? Do I have any scans for playing scalps on either overbought or oversold bounces on SPY? I really don't, especially when it comes to one simple symbol, a single symbol. It's really kind of hard to corral those and get what you want. The only thing I would suggest for overbought, oversold is maybe creating a 5-minute scan. Okay, so we could go a couple of ideas. Okay, first off, new 5-minute high. I'm going to do something here. New 5-minute high. No, 5-minute high. High. Okay, so that's going to be our event. And then we want to do a couple things here. So we could do like RSI, 5-minute. We could grab 5-minute RSI, add that filter. We could even do consecutive 5-minute candles. Consecutive 5-minute candles. So let's play with this a little bit. So down candles, let's say we want at least like, at least -5 down candles, I would say. Here we go. Wow, my system's really slow. I think the StreamYard takes up a lot of resources. So 5 down candles in a 5-minute, but the RSI in the 5-minute also needs to be no more than 20. So we get kind of a maxed out 20. Anything under 20 is going to show up with 5 down candles. But I wonder if that's going to, you know what, I'm not going to do. Well, let's try that. So we'll try 5-minute down candles and let's see what we get. So I'll need to adjust my chart to 5-minute. Okay, this might be something here. Time frame 5. So now we're in the same universe. Okay, I think you might like this one. Look at how we just backed into something here. Oversold. KN is definitely oversold. It's probably very oversold on the, let's get the values there on the RSI. So we'll go to column, and we've got 5-minute RSI. What are those values? 16. Okay, so it's under 20, 5-minute, 16. But this is the key. You guys look at the arrow. Okay, the arrow is when this thing last came out. I think we would all agree if we're looking for an oversold bounce, what we've got is our consecutive candles. And then boom, that new 5-minute high breaks the downtrend of the consecutive candles coming out of an oversold RSI. So I'll give you this. If you wanted to only use it for SPY, you would have to go to symbol list, and you'd have to do single symbol and type in SPY and then only point the scan towards that, but I've got it pointing towards everything. Let's give it a name. Oversold bounce, 5-minute RSI. That's the name of the scan. Let's see what else is in there. Okay, that's very low volume. We might want to change something. Oh, that shouldn't be the case. We shouldn't have that in there. I thought I had a volume filter in there. Oh, 10,000. It needs to be 100,000. That's why. Okay. Let's try that again. No, I want today. Okay, Cano. Look at that. Another bar reversal down there. God dang, I might have to. Oh my God, look at these. These are golden. I'm saving this. That one didn't work, but the first 3 did, you guys. I'm going to save this to my cloud. And you know, let's take it a step further here. Let's go back test it. Back test. Start time, Pacific time. We'll make it like that. Timed exit. Let's just say you said it was a scalp. So let's see what a 60-minute scalp might look like. And we will risk 2% to try and make 6% on a big move. And let's just sample the last 30 days, simulate buy. This is where it really is going to tell me if this thing is worth anything or not. Just looking at the first 3 symbols on there got me excited, but doing a deeper dive here, let's see what happens. Okay, not that great. What if I went to optimization and I went to time of day and I notice there's really no optimum time of day other than maybe 8:30. So it's saying mostly this is a bad scan in the first hour and a half, 2 hours. So if we ran this again at 8:30, what would happen? We'd miss a lot of those bad trades. Starting to get a little better. There's really nothing we can do on price, or maybe there is price. Look at this. Well, if we cap the price at $19, no, that's not what I meant to do. Set max value to 19. Say okay. So this might be a good strategy for stocks under $20. We'll run it one more time, then I'll share it. Starting to creep into the green zone. Not a lot of trades, but I'm actually going to turn off that one setting and give it back to you as it was. So we'll make it $2 to $100 stocks. Everything else being the same. Got the same title. All right, I'll share this with you now. Circle and whoever else wants it. All right. Hopefully that helps a little bit. But you can see how we can back into an idea, a concept. I'm going to leave that minimized. Boyle, hello Walton. Boyle has been great, but I hope it's done for the year. Hate to see nat gas up so high. See what the chart tells us. Chart tells us that this thing has gone pretty close to parabolic, and at some point it's going to fail. It's not quite there yet. I mean, these are incredible moves higher. Here's what I would be watching. You see that blue line right there? That's a 5-day moving average. So we are in super turbo parabolic mode right now. I would say once this thing gets back below that rising blue line, which is a 5-day moving average, and starts to trade below, then the momentum might slow down a little bit, but that's a monster move. I know there's a big story there, but once you get parabolic like this, things can get really volatile quickly. But if I were in this trying to stay into a good trade, I would just say, I'm staying in this thing until my 5-day average. Oh shit, hold on. I need to go back to my proper time frame. It's going to change things a little bit. Okay, it's actually even better. It's even higher. Look at that. It bounced there, tested, failed, and then recovered there. It wants no part of this line. So I think you could use that, 15-minute, 5-day moving average. And just so you know how I'm doing it, you go to indicators. And I've got a simple moving average in there on my 15-minute chart, but it's 130 periods. So anytime you use 130 periods on a 15-minute chart, SMA, you're going to get a smoothed out 5-day moving average because there's 130 candles in 5 days of trading. How about that? All right, perfect circle. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to just get one symbol to do what you want and find an alert to get it to show you when you're doing. But I think what I gave you there could be a good start. And like I said, you can always add your own symbols in there and then use those settings for just the ones that you want to watch. You could put the cues in there. You could put other things in there as well. Just things that you want to watch only. Well, that's going to be the inverse, huh? Look at how, and this is very interesting. Look at how the inverse ultra, so it's a double or a triple, and when you get those, you get decay. So you would think that being short this name, that you would have experienced a parabolic downside move, right? Like we saw on upside and Boyle, but you don't get those parabolic downside moves on the inverse shorts. It's because of the daily decay. It's because they're triples. They're triple levered and they reset each day and they just don't behave the same as the upside. That's an incredible move to the upside. But those triple inverses, they're good for like day trading and scalping, maybe a day or two, but that's it. They start to really lose a lot of decay. All right. Hello, TRD. How can I see stocks trading the highest or lowest ever? Okay, that's easy. Let's do this. It's one simple filter. So we'll make this one a top list. There's no need for an event. And what are the filters telling me here? Price, average daily volume. That's it. Okay. So here's our magic filter. Position in lifetime range, because you're asking me about all-time highs or all-time lows, the way you phrased that, highest or lowest ever. So let's look at stocks that are trading higher than ever. So we add that filter, position in lifetime range. Well, the lifetime low is a 0. The lifetime high is 100. So let's look at stocks at the 99th percentile and see what we get. Actual abundant list of them, actually. But as I click through these, you'll basically see that they're all trading at their all-time highs. This one is 99th percentile. But I think it's good to get an early warning. Let's know about it at the 99th percentile versus when it already made a new all-time high. So that's a very simple way. There's another, what is this? Energy. Yep, there's another parabolic chart going off there. So let's do this. Okay, we'll take this, we'll duplicate this to make a second scan and invert it. So all we have to do literally is go flip. And when we do that, it flipped our position in range, lifetime range, from 99 to a maximum of 1. So it can't be more than 1 percentile above its all-time low. So now we're looking at all-time lows here. Everything on here is going to be ugly as sin. See that? All right, so I'll let you name these the way you want, but I will drop these. Now let's just do it right, Steve. All-time highs. All-time lows. Okay, so PRD, you were asking about this, and anybody who else wants it, there is a pre-configured scan and his brother to show you stocks at all-time highs and all-time lows, or at least a tick away, so you've got a bit of a head start in case it wants to go and you get an earlier look. There you go. I hope that helps. It's a good lesson on how to use the position and range filters as well. Our market doing okay. Going lower. Looks like we are now riding the 20-day simple moving average solidly on the daily over there in Qs, and also bounced off of it earlier on the SPY at the 20. But if we go back to lows, we're going to be challenging it. I'm going to still hold by my thesis that this blue line down here is going to be a short-term target this week for SPY and Q. Actually a lot closer than it is in Qs than it is in the SPY. All right. Let's see, Plaza, as far as the back test, the nuances, let me see. I'm trying to think. It's optimization that I was doing on optimizing, and I'm going to ask and see if there is any media on optimizing the back tester. I'm asking my team, and I'll come back if they've got something to show you. But I mean, you really, really can go down the rabbit hole. I mean, and just to give you another quick tease, let's bring that one up that I had. And when we do a back test, let's go ahead and simulate that. Okay, so what I did earlier was I showed you how we can optimize the price levels, and time of day. And gosh, if I wanted to improve this even more, it looks like it might be better to run this at 10 o'clock my time Pacific. Let's just run that again. 10 o'clock my time Pacific. So it seems like these are late day reversals that are working better. All right, so Chris, who was that for? The Plaza optimization. So you see Chris Varley just dropped in a YouTube link there, and looks like Jamie's presenting that one and going over optimization. All right, so here's our second run here. And again, we could go to optimization. We've already done price and time of day. It's just really hard, but this is the real rabbit hole right here. Other filters. Let's say, for instance, how well does this scan work when the change in the S&P change today? So now I've got a histogram on where the S&P is, -3 all the way to +3. It looks like the meat of the trades are happening right here in this sweet spot. So we could say, let's make this S&P minimum. S&P change cannot be more than down 2.5%. That makes the change for us there. And we don't want to go any more here than this green, no more than up 0.99%, I guess, max. There we go. So that's how we can easily just go through and look at one thing. We could look at all these different change from VWAP, distance from VWAP, volatility, relative volume. All of these things will give you an instant heat map. You know, if I put in relative volume, boom, heat map. We could slice this up a little better, 0.5. And we could say, oh, look at this. Interestingly enough, the sweet spot is the relative volume of 1 to 2.9, but then we start to get some diminishing returns up here. So what I just did there, Jamie will go through in that video that Chris just dropped for you, and you will definitely get obsessed with trying to find the perfect setup. Now, remember, there are, you know, diminishing returns. If you paint everything into a corner too tight, you're going to start missing some other things that you maybe would have wanted to see. So you just got to be aware that you don't want to overdo it. It's called curve fitting. You don't want to do curve fitting. You want to just try and leave it as loose as you can, but still get some good returns. There's no way to make these things perfect. Yeah, an interesting observation. So if you felt like late in the day there's been late day bounces, that optimization just kind of proved it on the time of day optimization. We had to let these things set up early in the morning ugly and then bounce in the second half of the day. It's kind of interesting. Chris is dropping some more media for you there, and he'll also be here on this channel at 3:30 Eastern. Yeah, I was kind of impressed how quickly that scan looked good on the 5-minute reversals there. The AI has been asleep lately. I don't know what's going on with that. All right, here's the trader's eye. So nice early look on that one. ADM holding up as well. GPK creeping higher. Huh. Graphic packaging company, box manufacturer. Yeah, everybody's getting deliveries. CF's giving a little bit back. I don't like that topping wick. That's really, really nasty. And you can see it broke my 10 SMA there. Don't like that. GDX is just hanging in there. It's not doing a whole lot. It's just looking for a reason to do something, I think. Yeah, hello, Sam. What do I think of NEXT? Be good. Look how it's really behaving on the 10 SMA, but it's had a pretty nice move from 2 to 7, almost $8. This is where I told you it starts to get really volatile up here. And all you can really do is start to try and maybe shift into the intraday zone. I talked about that blue line, that 5-day moving average. It's going to need to hang above that for sure. But it did break the intraday momentum line right here. You know, ideally, if this thing had more behind it, it should have bounced right there, but it's now bleeding below the momentum. So the momentum might have died on this one. Depending upon where you're in, it's been a really nice run, but you could see that the length of the volatile bars now is just whoosh, back and forth. And that's typical after a big run. When it gets near a top or area of pause, there's a lot of volatility built in. Natural gas again. So there's the play. Everybody's on to that sector, natural gas. UNG is the one that I watch sometimes. It's just perfect doji there. Iris, for the candles on the chart, you got to hold down the control key and then use the mouse wheel. And that's how you zoom. Now you can let go of the control key and we can scroll back and we can zoom in there on these days too, but then it gets a little confusing. I'm gonna zoom out. All right, looks like we're caught up on questions. Is that a fresh low in the Qs? No, it's not. But yeah, once again, the momentum was a little sloppy in the SPY, but it was pretty clean there in the Qs. And by the way, they're the ones that are taking the biggest hit. They're down 2.6%. Technology is just losing the battle versus 1.3. The Qs are double what the SPYs are down today because there's energy in the S&P. It's probably really helping hold the S&P out. I don't think there's a lot of energy in the NASDAQ. If you tried that, it didn't work. Iris, what about, so I'm going to do my control key, and now I'm going to do left and right arrow. How about control key, left and right arrow? You're on a Mac, it might be a completely different command, but holding my control key with left and right arrow will also do that. Debbie, what time of day is the Trader's Eye typically updated? Any chance in sending us an email? No, you're just going to have to keep this window up in the morning. And if there's a lot of solid ideas in there, you might see them in there before the opening bell. But if there's not a lot of solid ideas, you might need to wait 15 minutes after the open and let us see kind of what's sorting itself out. But I would say it's going to be very rare to see a new idea pop up in here after 10 a.m. Eastern. I think that first 20 minutes, half an hour tops is what we need sometimes to see some other things that are popping up in the spotlight. So you just have to keep an eye on this window. And I've got it sorted by change from the open because that's what we really care about here. Change from the close. We're not in from the close. We're in, close to the open. So I'm sorting it by that. All right, Plaza. Yeah, we could spend some time on that. I've never heard of this person. Koala Maggie. And he's got some criteria. Yeah, let's, you can put the criteria into the chat window, and if we can do it, I'll let you know. If it requires a custom formula, I don't have the final answer on that. We've got a lot smarter people. All right, so the first one I think we can accommodate. We'll go to a new top list. Start there. And you had change in so change in 20 days. I wish we had like change in 3 months. Past 1 to 3 months. Okay. Okay, yeah, I can tell that this is something that we might want to think about, the Market Explorer. So here's what I'm going to do, Plaza. I'm going to make a request for you because this is really the only way to explore it. Now, Michael Noss is on vacation, just had a baby. He'll be back in a week and a half. And he's in charge of the Market Explorer. New menu, ME or E, Market Explorer. So our off-the-shelf scans here don't really have the ability to say, first ran up and then it came back and then it did this and then it did that. That gets kind of hard with the ands and the thens. But the Market Explorer can do some of those things. And we right-click the server window. Every single thing in here you see started off as a concept, either from Michael or from me or Andy or the other guys that wanted to see something. Like, for instance, I like gap up and pull back to the 10 SMA. Excuse me. So there's the gap, right, on AEG. There's the 4 or 5 days of pullback. Now it's touching the 10 SMA. I like that. That works for me, but I can't. Oh, beautiful. This is the one right here. Direct Digital. Big gap up, 5 days of trading, back to the 10 SMA. So this is something that I would find value in. but it's very complex in the way it's coded. So my suggestion, Plaza, is to do this. Info, trade ideas, message, attention, Michael, ME concept. So that could be like your message header, attention, Michael, ME concept, and then just drop in what you typed above. And if it's possible, we'll let you know if it's possible. Just reading the other ones here. Ordinary pullback. Okay. Yeah, he might be able to do something like that. And I understand exactly what you're typing, and it sounds like a valid, interesting concept to me. I could see why it would work. You basically got stocks that are on the board now. They've done something incredible in the last 30, 40 days. They've pulled back to a consolidated level, chopping, looking for consolidation, and then picking up and hooking up on the 10 or the 20 and any other average you might want. But it makes perfect sense to me. We just can't necessarily do it with a simple top list or an alert. But thank God we have Michael when he gets back, and thank God we have the Market Explorer where he can start doing some of those things. I would also suggest, Plaza, when you send that in, and I'll look out for it and make sure that it gets handled correctly. But if you have any visual charts, very important. As an example, that might be a perfect visual concept for Michael that he can look and work and reverse engineer back into. NEXT reminded you of that? NEXT, it went up and it actually consolidated sideways. Didn't really have much of a pullback. But yeah, this is the kind of stuff I look for all the time. Things that are in play. Arch Coal is one of my best trades back here. Okay. Giant short float on my it's on my A table scan here. Oops. And I actually saw it do that. I'm like, oh man, how did I miss this thing? Arch Coal, giant short float, big story in coal and energy right now. Oh, well, this is interesting. Well, that's very interesting. So I leaned on this trade and bought it on the 10 SMA. And I had to sit for a day or two, but boy, did it pay off. That was a mother of a squeeze from 115 up to 160 in about a week. So I'm down with that scan, and I would love to find a way to incorporate something like that. I think that once these things do that move, I mean, this is about as perfect of a move as you get. And I think once something makes that move, you're never going to get a sweet setup as good as that. You're going to get something that's choppy and volatile, wide ranges, sloppy, goes below moving averages, pops back up. I don't try and restart the party. It seems like you get one really good shot at some of these trades. Now, maybe there's a couple good setups. In Newmont, there was a couple good setups. So I was long Newmont. The trade of the week, and Newmont was right here. Riding that 10, got ahead of itself, came back, blew through the 10. That's why I call the 20 the backstop, picked up the backstop, and went on its way again. Well, now we could be in for some more consolidation again. But once those things go really parabolic, Arch was pretty close to going parabolic for a couple of days there. They just seem to act funny. Now, what could be interesting, and I'm going to pay attention, is this rising 50. All right, so we're below the 20 and the 10 now. This is not something I don't want to just take an entry based on that. But in the near future, if I see an attempt to sell the 50 and maybe it recovers and closes back above the 50 with a nice bottoming tail, I would consider taking Arch again. But I liked it better on the momentum line of the 10 SMA. When it pulls back to a 50 SMA, you never really know. Is the momentum still intact? Is this thing going to regroup and consolidate and move higher? So I think the moral of that is you get one really good sweet shot at it, and then they kind of break and they go on the other side of the mountain, and they become very hard to gauge and to handicap. And because of their wild, volatile swings, it's very easy to get wigged out and stopped out midday because it's just like, oh man, this is more than I bargained for up here. tight consolidation back here was the key. Tight consolidation with a high short float and a story stock of coal. That was a beauty. I don't really currently have any of those. ADM was looking kind of nice. It was pretty sloppy, but it's riding that 10 SMA now. So these things are in motion. They are in motion, and CF gave up. So what's the difference between CF and ADM? One gave up and one didn't. I don't know. Do I have a scan showing stocks that pull back to the 10 and start moving up? No, but what I did show you a moment ago, Iris, is if you go to the Market Explorer, the one that I like, that I asked Michael to create, is the gap and pullback to the 10. So we can't gap, pull back, and then say it's going. It's just going to gap and pull back, and it's going to show us that it's there. It's up to you to decide if you want to take that. That one's actually trying to break, but maybe not. So your best bet might be to find some things on here, but I don't necessarily have a scan that that does that, other than the one that I showed you before, the jam down and buy the 10 SMA. Got a frog in my throat. But I have a feeling that those aren't doing that well right now, because the market's going down. I'm not even going to look at it. That works best when in an up market. Yeah, my jam down and buy looks for things that are getting slapped in the open as the algorithms run the stops. And they usually find support at the 10 SMA, but I just don't think that's, I'll look, but I really don't think that's going to have anything of value the last couple of days. Down buy to the 10 SMA. So that one's trying to hold up okay. Oh, look, there's only 3 items in here today. Well, this one actually kind of worked. You see that blue arrow, the morning sell-off. This is exactly what this scan looks for, a morning jam down corresponding to the 10 SMA. It overshot it a bit, but it is recovering. And this one just overshot. This is what I was fully expecting today, quite honestly, because of the backdrop of the market. What about yesterday? A couple more yesterday. Yeah, they're all just blowing through their 10 SMAs, which is why I don't trust the scan right now, which is a great illustration of why you can have all the scans you want, but you really got to be a baseball manager and know when to put the left-handed pitcher in and when to pull the right-handed pitcher out. And that's an example to just say, trying to buy that jam down scan in this environment is futile. Just put that guy on the bench. Did I miss a question? Yes, Michael had a baby. Congrats to him, a baby boy. If you got another question, go ahead, unless that was the one. So yeah, his whole world is changing right now. All right. When you have a story play, DE, for instance, deer, I'm bearish on them longer term with the war, shortages, and supply chain. Well, again, there's a story, but to me, the chart supersedes the story. For me to get interested, the chart needs to confirm the story. And in this case, being bullish at the moment is not really in the order. It was strong back here, and then look, it gave away to the 10 SMA and can't get back above. The very next day it tried. 4 days later it tried. So now this curling over of the 10 SMA has grabbed a hold of the price, and now we're back below the backstop of the 20. So deer is back here in no man's land. Maybe it's going to dig in down here at this 400 level. That's kind of what I see right there. And the story could continue next week. I don't know, but for the moment, it's a bit broken. There's nothing really screaming buy right now. But if it gets to 400, you could maybe nibble on a prior resistance, could become a current support. And if that doesn't hold, then maybe that 50 coming up will bring up the rear. When you have a longer, short swing based on a fundamental based story, how would you suggest managing the trade? It comes to stop levels and price targets. Well, most of my shorts are not going to be chases. They're going to be fading, just like I did in the Qs. I waited, watched this day, watched it come back and bounce on the 10, watched it go back on Friday or Monday, and then get stymied at the 200, and there was no follow through. And then all of a sudden, everything was red yesterday. Everything was giving up. And to me, this is where I like to short. If you're shorting down here, you're an amateur. If you're waiting for it to break support and then piling in on a new short, you're going to get bounced out most times, especially now in a market that might be looking for a top. And when markets are looking for tops, they have vicious rallies because the shorts are emboldened, but the bulls, the longs are stubborn. So it becomes this battle back and forth. This is another reason why I didn't want to buy anything yesterday, and I felt like kind of selling out of all my longs because it seems like that was the best backdrop that the market would have given me to let those longs work. So I added a little bit yesterday. I got short like right here. Then I noticed the price went up and broke and then came back down. I added a little bit more there. Price went up again, couldn't get through. I added a little bit more there. So I came in today. Now, trying to hold a swing short, I'm looking at areas of interest. It's only been one day, and I got to tell you, we talked about possible head and shoulders in the market last night. When you see the right shoulder with a gap down, I've seen this before. It's very hard to recover from that. So I think there's going to be a few more days of pressure here. So I'm going to hold on to this swing trade, but ideally, once you start getting down to levels that you want to take profits on new lows. Get out, cover a third on a new low that makes sense, and then you can try and ride the rest. And if it rolls back to new lows again, then you still got 2/3. Then on the next level of interest, maybe cover another third. That's what I like to do. I don't like to jump all in and all out. It's usually leg in and leg out. So hopefully that answered your question. Managing the trade when it comes to stop levels and price targets. Oh, that's cool. I wasn't aware of that, David. Sean and Michael are close. They did a lot of traveling together. I think you mean, can you run trade ideas on multiple computers at the same time? Yes and no. You can run them on multiple computers, but not at the same time. So if I was to go log into my web version right now, I would lose my green connection ball up here. So if you gave your password out to somebody else and all of a sudden you turn red and you go to account and it says somebody else is using your login or someone else is connected as, that's all it will say. So you can have the program loaded on many machines on a laptop or whatever, but once you log into it, you're going to kick the other current login session out. The Plaza, can you use the 10 SMA pullback? If you're talking about the one I was using in Market Explorer, there's nothing you can do to configure that or change that. Now, I'm sure there's a way to build something, and then I don't think I have it. Let's just, I don't have a lot of time here. I'm just going to use a quick keyword. What was my thought on that? 10 SMA. Let's see if I have anything else that relates to the 10 SMA. Gap and crap to the 10. No, not that one. I thought I used to have one called riding the 10 SMA. Oh. I don't really have anything off the shelf, but I think your question was related to the Market Explorer, and that can't be, that can't be reconfigured or rejiggered. It's going to be one hard code, and then you just get what you get. No bounce at all today, but it makes sense. Again, if you're shorting, this is a level of interest. The 20-day is where the S&P SPYs bounced. Qs also found support at the 20-day. So this would be an area to take some short off. But again, I'm in kind of greedy mode here. I'm going to be a pig, and I'm going to look for some more. I might maybe cover some at the 50. We'll see how it closes. But I'll as usual, I'll wait till the end of the day to see what the closing candles look like. See if there's any wicks or bounces or tails or rejection wicks in there. Because when I make my decisions to get in or get out, or usually to get out midday, I usually regret it. I like to wait till the end of the day to make my decisions. Except for yesterday. I recognized in the middle of the day, nothing was working. The trader's eye was red. All the sectors were red. There was no safe haven. It just felt right to get out yesterday. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you could take a symbol from the Market Explorer, then pop it into the stocks like this. See if you can find any parallels. I get that. All right, guys. Well, it's top of the hour. Goes by quick when we have good stuff to talk about. DNA, I got out of that yesterday. Thank God. Jeez. This was a good one. I rode this one all the way up, sold half at the 50, thank God, and thought, let's let the other half hold on, dig in, and move back up to the 50. And nope. Yesterday,
Mr. Gomez,
oh,
Mr.
hello.
Varley, anytime you
Hello.
want me to start, just let me know.
Sounds good, Barry. I am all talked out, and I think we covered everything. So go ahead and press the buttons you need to press.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, the reason, okay, I had the site on mute. Okay.
Oh.
All right, I'll start my screening right now. There we go.
All right. Sounds
Okay.
good, Barry.
I love the handoff now. It's very
Yes,
easy.
me too.
Okay. Thanks, Steve.
Bye, everybody.
So the Plaza, are you still in the room, in YouTube room? Just checking to see if the Plaza is still there. Because I'm going to give you a link to an alert window that you might like. I'm talking to the Plaza. I don't know if he's still there. Oh, you are there. Okay. This is what I use. Instead of that stocks like this template, this is what I use when I am kind of searching for stuff like that. Not necessarily specifically to what you're looking for, but just in general. You might like this, okay? So I'm going to show you something. Okay, you can hear me, right? Okay. So click that link, and what you're going to see is something that looks like this. Okay, stocks like this template. All right, so click the link. You're going to see something that looks like this. Okay, and once you click the link, let me know. I'm talking to somebody in the main room. Okay, I'm just going to wait until you have this up and running. I just need a yes. I just need a yes to let me know that you've loaded it and you've loaded the stocks like this template. This is for anybody else too who is looking to check to see what filter values happened during an alert that you got. Okay. You could switch over. You could if you want. I see. Yeah, I think there's about a 10-second delay. So if you don't have, this is the trading room link. So let me know when you're in the room, and then I'll continue. Okay. Yeah, if you go into the off topic, and just let me know when you're there. I can't believe I forgot. This should be my watch list. I don't know why it's not in my watch list. This should be triggered right here at 675. That would have been in here in my watch list. Not sure why. It's just an oversight by myself. That should have been in my watch list for today. Oh, JDP. Okay, I got you. Okay. So, okay, I didn't put the link, so I'll put the link in for those that, oops, just a second. Just give me a moment. I have to get that link again. This is for anybody who wants to perhaps create their own strategies. This is a place where you can start. But let me just grab that link again. All right, so here is the link in both rooms now. Okay, so when you load it, so this is what you're going to see. So what you see is just a bunch of columns here. These are just filters, right? And you can add as many filters as you want. I mean, that's the whole idea of it, because what happens next is if you're looking for, like, let's just say, for instance, you saw a stock and said, man, I'd like to see what were the trade ideas servers seeing at that time. Maybe I could construct a strategy based on that, and maybe I can catch another one that will look the same. I mean, obviously, no guarantees, right? So what you do is you create as many filter headings as you want, and then you right click. Now you're going to have some kind of a trigger. In this particular case, I said, how about a new high? But it's up to you. It could be a 5-minute high. It could be any one of the alerts that we've got. I've just chosen to use new high. Okay. The next step is this. Click on symbol lists and click on single symbol. Type the symbol in that you're saying, man, I would like to see a similar pattern or that pattern if it happens to another stock, as an example. Okay. So that's all you have to do. Click single symbol, type the symbol in, and then say okay. And now, then you basically do a history today, and you see what's going to happen. It's going to show you at all the different times. Now, in this case, I mean, this is just plan. Nothing really happened with plan, but it's going to show you what our server was looking at, all the different times that it made a new high. All right. Now, So, I mean, if I was looking at something that was ripping at the very beginning of the day, of course, it probably would have started around 9:30, and you would see every single value. And so instead of using the stocks like this template, which, you have to use, number one, in 5-minute increments. And I don't think it's as friendly looking as the ability to really capture the filter headings that you want to see. I mean, you may not care about the change from the close percent, as an example, okay? You may not care about the average true range. It's going to be up to you what headings you use, and then you'll see the values, and then you can start to construct a scan. So, for instance, I mean, let's just say, okay, minimum volume should be 2 million. The gap should have been, more than 10%, 10 cents, things like that. I mean, this is a bad example because it's something that I looked at before. Let's look at SBFM though. No, just for fun, we'll look at SBFM. Let me go to the symbols, and let me type in SBFM. That was just ripping, okay? And new highs. Now we'll do a history today. And now you're going to see what our servers were saying every time it hit a new high. Okay, I mean, it's literally second by second by second. Okay, so you could say, well, okay, here's where it started. Maybe right here on the 15-minute chart at what, 12 o'clock? That's the 12:15 candle. So you could start to say, and again, this is all times Eastern. So you go back to 12:15. Never mind all the stuff before. So that was the 12:15 to 12:26, 12:30 candle. I mean, you could look at the 5-minute candle, if you wanted to. But so you could look at that one right there at 12:20. Okay, right at 12:20, that's kind of where it started, right? So you look at the 12:20 time frame. Okay, so it obviously did not make a new high until 12:26. That was the price. That was the volume. That was the relative volume. There's the volume in 1 minute. So can you kind of see how you could create a scan, selecting certain values, certain filters, and certain filter values, and then you can test it. For the next time you get an alert with all of these filters and filter values satisfied. Now, it's not, there's no guarantee that if you use these filter values and these filters, and the next time you get an alert, that it's going to do what SBFM did. But that's kind of the idea, if that all makes sense. Okay, and this is advanced. This is for people who are, trying to create maybe a strategy around something that has happened before. That's kind of the basis of the AI in theory. And again, you can add these are just filters, okay? You can add whatever configure filters, more. So here are all the filters you could add. They're not all going to be relevant to what you want to see, right? But you just create the headings, and then you can see the values underneath. What happened? So is that, I mean, maybe that's not going to help you specifically, JDP. I sort of saw the type of thing you were trying to create. I don't know if that's going to help, but just in general, for those of you who are always, not always, but I mean, people say, man, how could I find another SBFM? Okay. And that's about as much as I can tell you. I mean, after that, it's up to you. And you can see it's literally second by second every time it's made a new high. So the stocks like this template, I didn't even know we still had it, to be honest. It's in 5-minute increments. Yeah, well, this is, again, when I do get the bug about maybe trying to find something, create a scan based on something that happened, this is what I do. And again, the trick, just remember, configure symbol list and check this is a drop-down menu. Just make sure you select single symbol and then type the symbol in. Okay. And then once you've done that, right-click history and today, and then you'll get everything that happened. Everything that happened. Okay. Okay, so did it pop? Yeah, look at that. Wow, that's a oh, I see. I'm sorry. I thought this was going to be, it says, did you lose money on your Striker investment? I thought it was going to say, did you lose money on the, what was it, Street Sweeper? The Street Sweeper call? Hey Zed, here's the link right underneath me. I just reposted it. So just underneath, you asked the question. When I had more time on my hands, I was so into, doing things like that. Then you can back test it also and see, what sort of results you get, but I just don't have the time anymore. Spruce, not street sweeper. So Spruce Point, okay? Now the market's shrugging that off. I mean, it had the initial hit down to 237. So noise canceling working pretty well today, guys. My wife is not here, so we don't, but I did do the little program that basically just recognizes my voice. But I've got my little robot in the background, right at my feet here. So if you don't hear that, then this noise canceling works very well. No, I didn't never call her noise. Oh, really? Shoot, it is on. It is on. Hmm. You haven't changed anything. Well, let me. All right, you hear nothing? No background. I'm hammering on my desk. My talk is working. The robot's going. So hopefully it must be just you, Denver. Maybe it's that noise coming inside your head. All right. No shorts available for me for SVVN FM, so a little bit jealous. But again, look at this. So we had the alert from Zach Scan at 680. Obviously, that would not have been good to take it there. Okay, so you had to watch it. So in this particular case, even if I had had shorts available, the theory would have been, okay, if I place an alert at 680 if it happens again. The problem with that is that's about $1 away from the alert. That's, for me, that's just too much. Now, I mean, there are other ways, obviously, to try to play it. A break of the 2-minute Bollinger Band up here, Bollinger Band here, Bollinger Band here, I suppose. Pins didn't do much. Probably don't think much of it then if it didn't do much. Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's a big float also, 500 million in the float. So it's going to take a bunch to move it. So Yeah, I mean, just because we get something from Zach Scan doesn't mean, 100% it's going to work. But yeah, it just didn't do much. That float has got a lot to do with it. It takes a bunch to move it. RNW, what did it do? RNW. So this is also, wow, I don't understand these. No, that is a bottoming tail. It's showing up on my interactive broker scan also. So here's another good case here. So you get the alert as a potential bounce at 732. Okay, that's the first alert, 732. Well, obviously it did not bounce, and you got the next alert, 693, the next one 655, the next all the way down to 634. That's pretty significantly. So we're from my thesis is taking it at 732, but that means it's already bounced from 634. It's already bounced $1. So that doesn't work. Okay. Now it doesn't mean that some of you, are able to maybe take a bounce in this area here, 655, if you think that candle is relevant. I get it. It broke through the 5-minute Bollinger Band. That's another way of looking at it, I suppose. I'm trying to more, I don't want to say automate it, but try to get a really defined number. So again, we get the alert 732 potential bounce. Okay. Let's just say it went down to 693, and that's the lowest it got. Okay, and then it came back. I mean, it's still what 40 cents away. I mean, that's fair amount on a $7 stock, but certainly it's not like $1 away. So the ideal situation, you get the bounce alert at 732. It moves down to 720, maybe 715, and then it comes back. So you put your stop at the low, take the trade here, and assuming there's room when you look left, there's room for it to run, then you can take the trade. We'll have to say it again. Bounce plays are not easy. Topping plays are not easy. They look great after the fact. SND, let's see what it did. 431. All right, so the high was 436, so it's sitting at 413. I mean, that's what, 20 cents away, 23 cents away. Next high over here is 485. Yeah, I don't have a good feel for it. Like, I don't mean a good as in I don't like it. I just don't have a feel for what it could do. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm not. You're seeing it in Zach Scan. I guess I don't have it because my max is $50. But yeah, you're right. I mean, look, you could have got an alert at 74.40. You get an alert at 70. You could have got an alert all the way up, $4 away. Eventually this is going to happen. We all know eventually it's going to happen. But if you start getting alerts early, and then attacks on another two and another two and another two, wow, man. I mean, that's why it's tough. It's not a strategy, that I really concentrate on, and I'll be highly selective with his scans. Something that hasn't moved too far out of the original alert. Yes, I am still interested in the BTAI. Oh, not BATI, but BTAI, sorry, BTAI. I mean, there it is. I mean, it's so fascinating to see this one tomorrow, see if it, or how it closes actually, by the end of the day. I mean, can it take out that pre-market high, which is about $26? And there's as Real was saying, I mean, there's almost a dollar move. There's on a 2-minute chart, and there's the volume that came in. Okay, let's see what else is happening here. All right, little pop for the China stocks right now. KWEB, I see his KWEB is popping, coming off the bottom here. A little bit of a pop here. 2 minutes, you can see 15-minute right there. Two 5-minute candles right here. Yeah, excuse me, I haven't seen you for a while, Zorro. All right, guys, I am getting no new alerts. Yeah, so again, we had the boom, a little 2-minute boom on the BTAI, but it's almost giving it right back up. So, I mean, that's why 18 million in the float is a fairly expensive stock to have that sort of a float. So you cannot wander away from your computer, as we say all the time. Let's take a look at Twitter from Shady. Keeps rejecting the 200-day. I mean, the first day it kind of did. The second day it popped over, but it closed below. Today it popped over a little bit, but now it's still below that 200-day moving average, 5203. It's really got to leave it behind. All right, guys. NEG. We've seen this one many times now. NEG. The next high looking left is 807, and after that is 848. NEGG. This was the fabulous one from, I think it was 2 days ago. Yeah, look at this, the recovery it had, or maybe even here. Yeah, I'm not a Tesla follower, so lots of people in this room follow Tesla. Um, so I really can't help you. I mean, obviously it's drifting down. Next low looking left is about 1,000. But there are plenty of people in this room that, I know William looks at Tesla. I think PJ looks at Tesla. You know, emotional stock, of course. And the market is definitely getting thumped today. Again, 2 days in a row now. Take a look at the SPY on the weekly. So last week we got up to 462. You know, the all-time highs are up here. Looked like, man, we're just going to continue. Even first day, Monday, looked pretty good. But I mean, look at the month. I mean, it's the monthly chart. I mean, nothing is really happening. Eli is the Tesla king. Okay, I don't know if Eli's in the room. Well, even DWAC is having a little pop here, guys. DWAC's having a pop. Almost a red bar ignored. Just a trading vehicle. I mean, I can't imagine holding this thing for any reason unless they get some dramatic news. And there you go, Willow Puff. PJ putting his or giving you his opinion. You know, it's also having a little move here is that Agri. Haven't seen Agri, one of the seed stocks, for a while. Agri's having a little bit of a move here and some volume. Not not a lot of volume though. It's only a little over 10% of normal. So not a lot of volume, though it's picking up Agri, AGRI. But looking left, I mean, it's got it's got some, definitely has some hurdles on the way to overcome. So I'm not interested. Yeah, and I have never, to my chagrin, traded Tesla. And it was way when it was basically everybody was writing it off. I've never traded Tesla. We haven't seen space for a while. Ever since its big run up to $55, and then it, look at this. I don't know why I am a little bit fixated on this thing. It's not trading very much. ALLG, just because of the pop it had yesterday. Definitely looks like it's put in a nice bottom anyway. Give me one moment. All right, let's take a trade in the simulator. Let's just say you wanted to take this SBFM trade, okay? But you don't want to take it right now. If it pulls back to say $7. So here's how you can do something like that. You pick how many shares, and how many shares you'll take will be dependent on how much you're willing to risk on the trade. Okay, in terms of how much are you willing, if it goes against you, how much are you willing to risk? $100, $200, etc. Okay, so if I got in here, I'm going to do this really officially now. We're going to take a pullback. We're going to take 500 shares of SBFM if it pulls back to 7. Click the buy button, okay, and a blue line will appear on the chart. Okay, so it'll take this trade. Now, again, before you take a trade, you have to know where you're going to get out if it works against you. Now, I'm going to put a 20-cent stop on it, okay, and I'll explain why, just to make the math simple. We can't do it right yet. I guess if I sort of went automated. Well, okay. If it takes the trade, I'll be putting a stop at 680, 20 cents away. Why? In the simulator, I like to demonstrate risking $100 a trade. Okay. So, how much you're going to risk per trade will be, based on your account size. I would hope you would understand that if you had a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I like to demonstrate risking $100 a trade. So if in fact I did get this trade at $7, again, this was all, I would know this ahead of time. I would say to myself, okay, if I get this trade at 7, but if it goes down to 680, I'm going to be out of the trade. Okay. And that's all planned ahead of time. So why am I saying 680? Because that's a 20-cent stop. If I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. So in other words, I'm not taking the same number of shares every trade. That the share size will vary depending on the difference in my entry and my stop. I take that difference, divide it into, in this case, 100, and I'll get the number of shares. Well, you can only use one. Well, you may be able to use, try it. I've never tried that Purpose Circle. You may be able to put two alerts in. I don't know. Okay, I mean, I just use new high, but it's possible you can put several, you probably could put two alerts in. Try it. I mean, I don't, when you say linear regression, so I've never used it, but let's take a look. Okay, so these, of course, this is a filter. Are you talking about these alerts or these linear regression alerts, these ones? I mean, I guess in theory, you can put, you know, two, well, you can put two alerts if you want and see what happens. Ah, now I understand. No, you can't do that. No, you can't do it. No. I see what you mean. No, you can only put, because you can't put an alert as a column. Okay, you cannot put an alert as a column, so you're not going to see the values. No. I mean, well, I mean, obviously you see the price that it got alerted at. Let me just do something for fun. I've never tried. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Single, no, stocks like this. Okay, load. So obviously you cannot put as a column the alerts, but actually you piqued my curiosity. Well, first of all, yeah, I don't know what's going to happen here. How about a 5 minute high? I just want to see if you can actually have two, what's going to happen when you, I don't see why you won't have the alert, couple of them. Okay. I'm gonna put SBFM. Yeah, I know you're talking, you can't, but you cannot put an alert as a column. So I mean, that's for sure. Yeah, so I mean, you'll see. So when I do the history today, so you'll see in type, you'll see the alert that happened. Okay. You'll see there it is in type and at 1:30, and here are the values. I mean, that's the best you can do. So if you use linear regression, the alert linear regression, you know, you'll see all the times it happened. But you cannot obviously put an alert as a column. So I don't know if that helps, but okay. What alerts require a value? I mean, the filters obviously require, the bottom line is no. I mean, you cannot have an alert as a column. So I guess the bottom line is no. A heck of a bounce for Iova. Okay, it reminds me a little bit of like the BTAI. Um, Zach posted the news. It looked good pre-market, and then the market opened, it just collapsed. I mean, really collapsed. I mean, it was way, way negative, and now it has come back. It's now positive. It reminds me a little bit of like the BTAI that had a huge pop pre-market. Market open, it collapsed, and then it has come back. Yeah, no, you can't do it perfect circle. So because you cannot put it as a column, so you'll never see. All the alerts that I ever use. Perfect. Now, at any point, I've got this conditional alert or trade here. If I don't like it anymore, I mean, if I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, you know what? I know I put this in at 7. I'd like to take it on a pullback to 7, but you know what? I don't want to do it anymore. You just have to go to the orders and then just right click and cancel. Okay. So you're not locked in, of course, if you don't want to do it anymore. Well, let me check another site and see what they've got for the float. Always hard with these little ones sometimes to get a real. Well, Finviz even has it at 2.25, so it seems like it's pretty small. Finviz has 2.25 for the float. Okay, well, snoozing here, guys. No new alerts. Actually, look at the market though. The market is putting in a nice little recovery. So FOMC, I guess, is today at 2, right? Sort of the sort of got leaked yesterday a little bit. I don't think that's going to happen. Perfect. In all the years I've been doing this, nobody's asked for something like that. So, I mean, when you think about it, you've got a fixed value in that alert window. I mean, I've never used those, so you've got a value there, and you know, alter the value then and see what sort of filter values you get. But yeah, I mean, it's just not going to happen. This one is sort of interesting, maybe going forward. This Sovo, don't know too much about this. I don't know if this was a SPAC that turned into Sovo, but it's kind of holding. The high was 1740. I don't mean for today, but maybe, going forward. It's rebounded off the lows and of last month, $9 or so. Now it's at 1550. 76%. So it's within 25%, 24% of its all-time high, which is right here. But as a potential something going forward, perishable prepared food manufacturing. Yum, Italian sauces, dried pasta, soups, yogurts, etc. All right. Well, if you guys didn't hear the robot behind me as ejecting all the dirt, then noise canceling definitely works. All right, I'm going to keep this in here. I'll keep that order in here, in the simulator for the SBFM. See if it, just to show you how this works, okay? Used to see this one a fair amount, this SGH. This is actually an earnings play, guys. SGH is an earnings play. Didn't really pay that much attention to it, but it's had a nice day. And it took out yesterday's high, no problem. Yesterday's high was 2450. The next high is around 25. I mean, if it can take out 25, I mean, look, the next high is around 2621 or so. So this is an earnings play. This should be interesting to watch tomorrow. See if it's a second day continuation of earnings. And this will probably go into my watch list then. See if it has a continuation. Does Market Explorer use moving averages? Well, I don't know specifically in each strategy, but I mean, I think there are some. My guess is, almost for sure. I mean, I think I know that Steve and Andy use moving averages a lot, like a pullback to a certain moving average, things like that. Well, right here, gap and pullback 10 SMA. But you know what? If you want to know about what they're looking for, go to the user guide. I think it's in the user guide now. In Market Explorer, let me just make sure I'm right. Yeah. So 820 cross on gappers. You can just see what they're looking for. Okay, so in order to see what each one of those Market Explorer scans is looking for with an explanation and a chart, they might mention moving averages and all, but all you have to do is click on from our toolbar, click on help, then the user guide. And once you're in the user guide, just click on Market Explorer. Okay, Bill? Well, you can scan for moving averages. What do you mean I mean, we have lots of moving averages you can scan for. I don't know what you mean by that exactly. I mean, we've got a lot of moving averages here. The Market Explorer is a little more flexible in what it can do. I mean, I'll give you that, but we certainly have a lot of moving averages that you can scan for. So I'm not sure how to answer your question. Okay, EMA, you're right. No EMA. Well, it does have that one EMA, yeah, 8 and the 20 cross. Market Explorer, listen, ultimately, but I don't know when or if this will ever happen, okay? Market Explorer is something that is sort of even though it looks kind of the same as Trade Ideas, it's a different program and it's way more customizable, okay? So right now, Michael Noss has created these looking at ALLG. Michael Noss has created them, okay? But there's no user, like you can't go in there and say, okay, but I don't like that price range, or I don't like that minimum volume, or I don't like this or that. It's not customizable like a normal scan would be. So that's the limitation right now. And when or if that will happen down the road, I don't know. That's giving the user, the ability to more customize things, not quite get into programming, but a little closer to programming. So all right, guys, 1:55. So in about 4 minutes, actually 1:56 now, in about 4 minutes, we are going to, I'll put that SPY chart on, the 1 minute, watch the fireworks. Well, that's BTAI has been a tough one. I mean, I kind of lucked out, guys. I mean, I have to admit, I mean, waited for that 22 break for it seemed like the longest time. And on that candle, look at the volume in the 15-minute chart, 22 all the way up to almost 25. Now, I didn't get it right at 22 and I didn't get out at 25, but that area in between certainly was a great quick trade. Now the shorts are available again at Interactive Brokers, 9,000. I mean, this looks like a nice little breakdown happening. I'm not going to do it. It's just too wild for me. It's too much for me right now. It's a little too much of a guess. All right, so Dave just showed up in Zach's scan. 627 was the alert. So the issue I would have with, I mean, the issue I've got with it, I mean, yeah, listen, well, it depends if you're just looking for a pretty quick scalp, I guess. A lot of volume coming in. But to me, it looks like there's pretty decent resistance, not that far away, 10 to 12 cents away. So it's just something I'm just not interested in. Yeah. So Rev, when you talk about sync, you can create a link if that's what you mean. You can create a link. The question in our YouTube room is, can I sync my trade ideas to my Webull account? So we have an external linking program, okay? If you click on tool, only if you're using the app, by the way, if you're using our web-based version, not available. But if you click on tools and then external linking, okay? What that does is it's a time saver. So we can link with most programs, Webull being one of them. So when you click on an alert, it'll load into your platform, okay? Now it's nothing to do with this Brokerage Plus window, okay? If that's what you're talking about. But if you're just looking for the time saver, so when you click on an alert, it'll load into your broker's platform. Yes, we do that. We can do that with Webull. Is that your question? Linking is a big time saver. I mean, for somebody like myself who's clicking on many symbols all day long, instead of my having to type the symbol into my broker's platform, it'll just appear once I establish the link. No, not with Webull. No, no, you cannot. The only two brokerage platforms that you can trade from within Trade Ideas are Interactive Brokers and E-Trade. Okay. We'd like to add more, but it's a complicated issue. So right now it's just Interactive Brokers and E-Trade. But listen, I mean, don't. I mean, the linking is very good, though. I mean, so you're trading from within your platform. I mean, to me, that's not the end of the world. That's what I do. I don't use Brokerage Plus to trade. Well, if you're satisfied though with like what is your objective? Are you trying to auto trade or something? Because really, to me, this Brokerage Plus window, if you're looking to auto trade, which I don't do, and I don't really agree with, but then I don't think it's that big a deal to use the Brokerage Plus window. So you trade from within your broker's platform, as long as when I click on an alert, it automatically loads. Now I'm trading. That's what I do. I trade from within Interactive Brokers. So, I mean, if you're happy, so it depends what you're really trying to accomplish here. I mean, is it the be all and the end all to be able to use this to trade from within Trade Ideas? I mean, I'm not trying to dissuade you, but I mean, if you're happy with Webull, it depends what you really think you're trying to accomplish by trading using this window. I mean, using the buy and sell, you've got to set up a strategy. It's almost like auto trading, okay? And I mean, if you're into that, well, and I cannot dissuade you from that. but you've got to create a strategy that you're really comfortable with, and then assign it to the buy if you're going to go long, or assign one strategy that you're going to short to the sell. Okay, so if it is the one-stop shop, I mean, yeah, but you still need Webull. I mean, you still Webull. So it's not like you can't have, it's not like you can do everything from within Trade Ideas, without having a brokerage account. So now look at the SPY here. Yeah, look at the SPY here, guys. Oh, shoot. I got that question and I forgot to load my chart. Shoot. Let's get a 1 minute time frame. Ah, come on. Here we go. So first reaction to, now that was at 2 o'clock, okay? I completely forgot about it. So there's your first reaction, but as I constantly say, you've got to wait about 5 or 10 minutes. I mean, it looks like this has got to be the direction, right? Got to be, not necessarily. So Rev, I mean, if you are looking to change, I mean, I've been using Interactive Brokers for 5 years now. I mean, I like it. Is there a commission? Yeah, half a cent a share. E-Trade is commission free, but if you're looking for a platform that has perhaps more shorts available, IB is maybe better. I've had no execution problems at all with Interactive Brokers over the 5 years. My main thing about a brokerage platform, I don't care what it looks like. I mean, IB doesn't look good, but it executes very well. When I say it doesn't look good, I mean aesthetically, yeah, it looks like it's stuck in the 80s or 90s or something. But that doesn't, to me, a brokerage platform is just a commodity. So as long as if it executes well, I get good fills, it's reliable, it doesn't freeze up on me, doesn't do all sorts of things that I would hate. That's my number one thing about, or my reason for having a broker. So look what's happening here, guys. So again, as I said, the initial reaction will pop up here. All right, so the first 5 minutes are in the books. Now, is there a discussion at 2:30? Or is it's just the 2 o'clock today? Yeah, it won't make any difference in terms of auto trading, Rev. Whether you have IB or E-Trade, it won't make any difference at all. Understand, like, how experienced a trader are you? I mean, it means if you're an auto trade, you're going to have to build your own strategy, right? And you're going to have to back test it. You're going to have to be really, really comfortable. But, that's up to you. Okay, just looking to see what's going to happen here. So again, I asked, is there something happening at 2:30 or is it just just the 2 o'clock today? Remember last time, the 2 o'clock, And I think the market ripped higher. Then at 2:30, they made it was either the reverse. I can't remember if the market went down and then ripped higher at 2:30 or it was the reverse. All right. Well, if you have a strategy that you can back test and you want to auto trade every single time you get an alert, it won't matter whether you use Interactive Brokers or E-Trade. The only thing is, if you're looking to short, I mean, IB, if it's just a long strat, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. If you're looking to go long, then it won't matter. If you're looking to go short, typically IB has more shorts available, but but if it's just a long strategy, then it won't matter which broker you use. Yeah, remember what I said? It looked pretty rosy. Remember that was a green candle all the way up here, and now look. It usually takes 5 to 10 minutes before you see the actual direction. So Rev, does that answer your question? Well, it's interest rates. I don't know what they said about interest rates. I mean, it's FOMC day today, perfect. So at 2 o'clock, I don't know what they said, but initially the reaction was good. No, not so. Just okay. So just a minute, no discussion. Thanks. Just a minute, thanks. Now the other thing, Rev, just to keep talking to you, this is not a scalping program, okay? I mean, a lot of people want to automate. A lot of people want to automate and say, I'll take 5 cent profit with a 1 cent risk. I mean, I'll really exaggerate. If that's, and I'm not saying that's you, okay? I'm just talking in general. If that's what you're all about, if that's what a person is all about, this program will not work, okay? Auto trading will not work like that. So I don't understand when you say it sounds like I need to decide, but again, guys, in the main room, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. When you say it sounds like I need to decide between the two, no advantages for what I'm looking for. Um, I don't know. I don't understand when you say no advantages for what I'm looking for. The two platforms, IB and E-Trade, it won't matter which one you use for auto trading. If most of your trades are on the long side, it won't matter. A brokerage platform is a brokerage platform. There's no advantage one over the other. Yeah. So I mean, the thing is, can you create a scan within Trade Ideas to do that? A range break based on 1 hour charts? Well, I don't know. I really don't know. Look at the SPY, guys. I mean, amazing, isn't it? We got a big topping tail in the 15, and now it's gone negative. See, during all this, I forgot to put in my stop. Okay, I was going to put the stop in at 680. Again, this is in the simulator, so I'm not. I mean, we have 60-minute range breaks, I believe. Or 60-minute range. 60-minute, well, there's the opening range break, okay? Okay, that is the 60-minute range is here. We may not, there's the change in 60 minutes. And we have a 60-minute high, okay? We have a 60-minute high, but I mean, that's what we've got. I don't know if that's going to help you at all, but to create a strategy. So I take it you're not a subscriber rev right now. You're just sort of testing the waters. All right, guys. Well, I'm getting no new alerts. Look at the market. Wow, too bad. Two big down days in a row. How is it a trial version? I don't understand what you mean you have a trial version. What does that mean? We don't have demos anymore. So what do you mean by a trial version? I mean, you've taken out a 1 month subscription. Is that what you're calling a trial? Okay, gotcha. Okay, well, one thing also, if you were looking to auto trade, you need our premium service, okay? So that's another thing. I don't know if you took out a standards, so you need our premium service. What I would do though is, if you don't have our premium service right now, what I would do is, if you have the standard, is try to figure out if you can create the strategy you want, okay? And if you can, and then, then you could, test it to see the sort of alerts you're getting before you start auto trading it. If you're satisfied then with the alerts you're getting, then if you don't have our premium service now, then you can always upgrade to the premium to auto trade it if that's what you want to do. Well, I keep looking to make sure I don't have my sound icon off or something, but yeah, nothing happening here. Okay, I have got to see. Exactly. If you want to auto trade, you're going to need E-Trade or Interactive Brokers. Yes. You cannot do it with Webull. So again, my advice, I don't know if you have our, if you just have our standard service right now, see if number one, if you have a very defined strategy and if you cannot create it from within Trade Ideas, well, then there's no point in having our program, right? I mean, I'm not trying to, again, dissuade you from taking it, but if you have a very strict strategy and that's all you want to trade and you cannot create it from within Trade Ideas, then, there's no point. Now, you may want to throw it out to the other traders also. I mean, I don't trade like that, like you're talking about. One of the other traders may have an idea, okay? But there's no point in taking the program unless you can create what you want. Then, if you can, then your next step is okay. I mean, if that's all you're going to do and you want to auto trade, yeah, you'll need an IB or E-Trade account. But I would make sure that you can create the strategy first. Well, I'm just well, your program is telling me buy, buy, buy. Not your program, your scan, Zach, but pretty tough to buy, buy, buy when this is happening. Peloton is following PTON, following the SPY. Now, if we finally get a pause here, okay, and maybe even flattening out. I mean, the market doesn't. I mean, for the bounce plays to work. I mean, obviously, bounce plays work a lot better if the SPY is or the market's trending in your direction, of course. But as long as it sort of stops moving down, even if it bases for a while, some bounce plays will work. They may not work to the extent if the market is really ripping higher for you, but might give you something. Yeah, very small scale, and that's I don't. I mean, I know a lot of people think, well, that's what I don't scalp. I don't go into a trade thinking I'm going to make 10 or 15 cents. That's not. I may only make that, but that's not my intent. Okay. I mean, it's has the bottom been put in now? I mean, there's a bottoming tail on the 15-minute the SPY. Has the bottom has it been put in? Well, it's good, William, as long as they're above the asking price. I can get a bunch of offers on my place too. I'm kidding. Oh, I'm sure. I'm just kidding. Of course, you wouldn't say that. You wouldn't have said it unless they were above the asking price. Okay, Rev, does that answer all your questions? Okay, let's see. Anyway, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So Rev, have you asked help to try to create your scan? I mean, it may not be like we may not be able to do it. We can't be. We're not all things to everybody. We realize that. So I don't know. So I don't know if you've asked some of the other traders, for help creating the scan or not. Well, actually, I use both 15 and 5. Okay, it's not so much entering on a 5 or a 15. It's what the overall pattern looks like too. Okay, so and I'm not putting lows. I mean, I'm not. If I were starting out, yeah, I probably if I liked the pattern and I liked everything about the trade, to make it really simple as a stop, yeah, I'd probably put my stop at the low, maybe the previous 5-minute candle. Okay. Not the 15. It depends how wide it is. Obviously a 15-minute candle can be fairly wide. So you'd have a wider stop, taking fewer shares. I mean, it depends. If you constantly getting stopped out on a 5-minute candle and using the low, two things. I mean, obviously maybe your stop is too tight, or your entries. Your entries just aren't good, or the setup is not good, even though you're taking. I mean, I could say, okay, I'm going to take this trade right here, Sev, right? Okay, right here. I don't care anything else. And my stop is at, well, that's crazy. That's only a penny, but let's take a look at something else. SBFM. I could look at this. So I could look at this and go, okay, I want to take this trade right now, and my stop is at 633. Okay, there's the previous candle. The problem is it's not set up right. I would never take this trade based on what I'm seeing here. So it's not just a matter, of course, of saying, okay, I want to take this trade. I don't care about anything else. I'm taking this trade, and there's my stop. Now, if a person keeps doing that, you're going to get stopped out a lot, because this is not a great setup to take a trade in the first place, if that makes sense. Setup has to be there. I always talk about how, and a person's checklist. You have to have a checklist, and look for reasons not to take a trade. If you can't check every box, don't take the trade. Now, what you check, and not just you, JD, but what your checklist is going to be is not necessarily what my checklist is. But unless you can check every box, so for instance, I would never be taking this trade right here. Never, never, never. I mean, it may pop. I mean, listen, it may pop from here, but this is not a setup I would ever take. Now, somebody else may look at this, and it may be, for whatever reason, maybe it is a setup that they take. Maybe it meets all their requirements. Okay, which is fine, as long as when you take a trade, that you're not constantly getting stopped out. Even if it is a manageable risk, you don't want to take 5, 6, 7 trades, even though they're manageable risks, and lose every one of them. I don't trade very much. Oh, I see, Rev. So you're only talking about trading those 4 stocks, and that's it? But remember, this is not set up. When you say the stop is tight, you're talking like, how tight of a stop would you have on a Tesla, as an example? Okay. I mean, you're talking about a $1,000 stock. So, what sort of a stop would you have when you say a tight stop, like $1, $2, $5, $3? Certainly not 10 cents. Again, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Just intrigued. A percentage, okay. Well, again, I don't know if Trade Ideas can help you. I really don't. But you'll have to determine, only you can figure that out if we can create, if you can create the scan. You can certainly create a scan that just looks at those 4 stocks or 5 stocks, or, you can create what we call a symbol list, or which is which is a watch list, and only trade those. You can do that. Ooh, boy, I bet you Peloton really popped, didn't it? Yeah. So, I mean, it was a matter of watching the SPY, guys. I mean, so with those bouncers, I should have been paying more attention, but oops, give me a moment here. My phone is ringing, which you probably can't hear anymore. Sorry about that. No, I had a phone call, but you guys, I've got this noise canceling on. You didn't hear my phone. I should put on mute. I didn't know it was going to be that long. All right, guys, it is 2:38 now, so I'll be on the mic for another 22 minutes or so, and then I'll mute myself. I'll always come back on the mic if necessary. The room will be open until 3:30. So what I'm going to do is just one last time go over my home page and all the great information you can find on my home page. Well, Chris takes over, Rosie, Chris takes over at 3:30 and goes to 4:30. So in essence, we are, okay? It's just that I stop at 3:30 in this main room. But Chris takes over from 3:30 to 4:30 in the YouTube room. So before I close this room down, you can head over there if you want. Yeah, no, don't go now. There's no point going now. I monitor both rooms, moderate both rooms until 3:30. Yeah, well, I can give it, but again, don't go now because he's not there, and all you'll do is you'll just hear me. Okay, but here's the link. But what I do is just before I shut the main room down, this being the main room, okay? Before I shut the main room down, I do put the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want. And he's there from 3:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. But this room is open at 8 in the morning too. I mean, this room opens at 8 in the morning. Oops. All right, so I did put my homepage link in. So if you click on my link, again, all the great information you will find on my homepage, including, of course, if you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right here, okay? You can have, there's an annual and a monthly plan for both. Do not take out an annual unless you absolutely know you want this program, okay? And you can start off with a monthly. If I were you, I would start off with a standard monthly. You know, I don't think there's any mad rush to get the premium service right now. You know, it's really, you want the premium to take a look at the AI. You can always start off with a standard, take a look, make sure you want the program. You can upgrade to premium if you want later. You can upgrade to a month or to an annual later if you want. But you know, the 15% discount will apply to the first month only. So there's no, hey, listen, there's no problem having a monthly subscription going forward. You don't, nobody has to upgrade to an annual, you know, but you'll pay, this is what you pay going forward. If you maintain a monthly subscription, you'll get the 15% off the first month. And then if you're just starting out with Trade Ideas, click on this, let's get started. Okay. It's about a 30-minute video, goes over all of the basic stuff, you know, starting off with download and installation. So please spend the 30 minutes to do it. Now, 3 free sections on my homepage. You can sign up for the Trade of the Week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, and all the education that we have is here. Mainly, of course, mainly about Trade Ideas. We have a great user guide. There's that getting started again. Some introductory lessons. They're all text-based. Daily support sessions. As I mentioned, Chris is in the YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. Daily webinars. You can sign up for them all here. This week, let's see. Yeah, we're on the Tuesday, Thursday. This week, next week, it's Monday, Wednesday. But you can sign up for them all here. And back to basics. You know, if you're brand new to trading, I can't emphasize enough, you're going to have to do some work. And it starts off with what is a stock? Okay, so a lot of information, all free. And of course, so if you want my scans right here, you must be a subscriber. Okay, so here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Well, I'm never scalping on a 1-minute time frame perfect circle. Never. So I can't help you. I'm not a scalper. I never use a 1-minute time frame. So I can't recommend a moving average or. Okay, Al. So yeah, I'm not I never use a 1-minute time frame, and I cannot make a recommendation. You know what moving average what I that I would use if I wanted to stay in the trade. I just that's just not my style of trading, so I have no idea. No, I have a 2 minute here. There's a sort of a specific reason, but I don't really look at it too much. My lowest time frame is a 5, but I really pay probably a lot more attention to the 15. But my lowest time frame is a 5, and that's just me. I mean, some people will say, well, I use a 1. In fact, some people say, why don't you guys have 10-second charts? I just my style of trading. All right. Okay, let me just, who asked that question? Okay, Al, I will get to your question, okay? I promise I'll get to your question regarding the single stock, or the, what I call the stock template, okay? I will get to it. So I have to give you the link, number one. So, let me answer JD's question. Some charts have an arrow, which may be a holiday. Okay. So when you see an arrow, if I click on an alert right here, go, okay? If I click on an alert, it's hard to see, it's down in the bottom here. Let's click on another one. Okay, so I click on MOBQ, okay? The alert happened at 103, the price was 205, okay? What that blue arrow is telling me, that's all it's telling me is the candle in which the alert happened on a 15-minute chart, okay? If I back this up a little bit more, okay, I see the candle, it happened on the 5-minute chart. That's all the candle is telling me. Okay, it's not telling me buy, sell, do anything. It's just telling me, okay, that was the first time that's where that alert happened. Here's the candle. Here it is on a 15. Here it is on a 5. If I backed up the 2 enough, I would see it on the 2-minute. Okay, so that's just automatic. Okay, there's nothing you have to do. That just is an automatic. That's something that happens automatically. The other, if you look at a daily chart though, and you start to see some flags and all, those were previous AI alerts. That's all that is. So if I look at, I mean, we've had so few AI alerts in the last little while. This is not an AI alert. This is, well, no, this is a Brokerage Plus. Remember I took this trade in here, so that's why I see a little flag here. So again, when you're talking about the only arrows you see, man, we have so few alerts. So the BBAI was an AI alert earlier today, okay, on a short. That's the only time you'll see a down arrow. That does mean it was an AI alert. And you would see the price of the alert and the y-axis, and you see the stop. So the alert was at the price was at 11.10, and then the stop was at 11.59. That's the only time you would see a down arrow. And if you had an up arrow and you see anything in the y-axis other than the current price, that means it was an AI alert today. Okay. So when you say, can I put an arrow on a single chart to correspond to the time? I think I've answered your question, because when I click on an alert, okay, you will again see LSN 938. The price was 479. That's when the alert happened. So why this is kind of cool is that you can then go back and say, well, what happened since then? As an example, okay, obviously nothing really happened to this one since then. So does that answer your question? If not, I will try to re-explain it. So there's nothing, you can't put an arrow. Okay, I mean, this is just automatically done by the system. Okay, so the only thing is if it's the candle has to close though. All right. So consequently, for instance, if you get a real-time alert, if I got a real-time alert right now and I click, I won't see the arrow until the candle closes. So obviously on a 15-minute chart, it could take 15 minutes to close. Or, depending on, I mean, if it's 2 minutes for the candle to close, you'd see it in 2 minutes, but you can see right there. I mean, there was the alert right there when I clicked on that alert right here at 12:51. Okay, right here. And there's the arrow. There's the arrow on the 5. And I'd see it on the 2 if I backed it up a little bit more. Okay? So there's nothing for you to do. Okay? You completely understand? I like that. All right. Who asked that question? Okay, Al, are you still around? Just want to make sure you can hear me and see what I'm going to do before I start. I just need a yes before I do anything. Okay, good. All right, so I have to give you the link. So that's why you couldn't find it, because it's it's a scan that I created. So let me just to give you the link. Okay, so there is the link. And again, this is what you'll see. And as I was explaining, all these column headers, it's up to you. I mean, I just put a bunch of them in here, but you can put as many or as few as you want, so that some of these, you may not care about the put call action was at the time of the alert. You may not care about that. You may not care about the option volume today percent. It's up to you to create the headers that you want, that are interesting to you, and then you can see what happened, what the server was looking at the time of all of the alerts. So the next step is, this is typically to analyze a specific stock to see if you can create a strategy based around that stock. Could something happen to a stock in the future doing the same kind of thing? So you pick a stock. I think what we did before was we did SBFM, because obviously it was pretty. So let me back up. So you right click, configure, symbol lists, and then this is a drop down menu. The default is all symbols. Typically people just want all symbols, but in this case, single symbol. And type the symbol in. And we'll do SBFM because it was so active. So it's a little more interesting. Okay, and I want it to tell me every time it made a new high. I want to see what the values were of all these things here, all these headers here, every time it made a new high. And in order to do that, now I right click and I run a history today. So every time this made a new high, starting all the way back here. Now, as I was saying before, when you look at SBFM, you might say, well, I don't care about, what happened earlier, if it was making new highs, but I sure want to know what was happening right there. Okay, on that 15-minute, or right here on that 5-minute candle, right there when it started. Let's bring up a big chart. And this is advanced, guys. I mean, not, if you're looking at this and saying, man, I can't do that, it doesn't matter. You don't have to. This is kind of an advanced topic, just for people who are really interested in maybe trying to create a scan that mirrors something that happened. Okay, so you might look at this and go, man, I want to know when this happened. This was kind of just chopping around. This seemed to get it started. you know, a little pause, and then boom. So you could say, okay, I want to know what was the server, what values of various columns, various filters were happening when this, you know, what were the values when this was happening? Now you could even delay it and say, you know what, okay, it sort of paused. But right here is when it just kept moving higher and higher and higher. You could say, okay, at 1240. What I'm saying though is that if I back this out, again, this is an advanced topic, okay? So at 1220, when that first started, you can scroll back. So this is obviously the end of that first candle. So 1226, that's when it first started. Price was 590. There was the volume. There was the relative volume. Okay, so you might start to say, maybe I could create a scan where the minimum relative volume is say 8 at least. Okay, the volume in 1 minute was 706%. Okay, in other words, 7 times normal. Well, maybe I create a scan that's at least 650. I don't know. I mean, this is where you really have to, you know, trial and error. But these are the values using these columns that our server was seeing. And again, it's up to you to figure out what columns you want. I mean, I put a lot of columns in here. Some of them, you know, are sort of irrelevant to maybe this particular scan or potential scan. But you know, so you know, does a stock have to have a particular gap first trade of the day? You know, in this particular case, no. I mean, look at this. The gap was only a penny, so that didn't matter in this particular case. So that's why I mean, it is really a lot of trial and error. It's an advanced topic. What columns you use, what values you put in. So you could say, okay, I'm going to create a scan, maybe a price range of whatever, 1 to 10. Minimum volume of 5 million or something. Minimum relative volume of I mean, look how the relative volume really decreased. So as you know, when we got to 1220, 1226, so there's a relative volume. So you might say, okay, I want a minimum of 8, and you'll pick and choose which filters you think are going to be the most beneficial in creating a scan like this. That's what I'm saying. It's not easy. I mean, but if you're into it, this is a great little resource. And you won't find this anywhere. You know, I created this myself. I mean, I'm not patting myself on the back, but I mean, you won't find this anywhere on our website or this is what I used to, when I used to be into this a lot more. This is what I used. This is what I used. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it can be kind of fun too, Al. I mean, if you've got the time, you know, and then you know, you start to play around with the various filters. What filters really popped out? You know, I mean, I would say relative volume is probably a very good filter to always start off with. You know, but some of the other ones, some of those other column headers, you know, it may not be any use at all. And the other thing too is you can't, you know, you can't have so many filters that you'll never get any stock coming through. Okay. But definitely it's a good exercise if you've got the time and the wherewithal and you know you like tinkering. So if you're the type of person that likes to you know, tear apart an engine in a car and put it all back together again, this is probably for you. All right, guys, it is 2:58, so I am getting set to wind it down on the mic. So let me just get my little script together. And I say, I am here leaving actually, but I just give the voice a bit of a rest. But listen, if I have to, I'll hop on the mic. It's not a big deal. Actually, questions I love because it keeps me somewhat energized. Okay. No, perfect. I didn't do that. No. All right, guys. So I'll put myself on mute right now. Okay, sorry about that. I had you guys on mute. Okay, so I put my homepage link in, Rev. Click on the link and go to the education section. Let me back up. Go to the education section right here. Click here and then click on the user guide and then just find docking. Docking right here. Big explanation, some videos about docking, okay? And Chris will be in the room in a couple of minutes and he may go over it in a little more detail. But, you know, this is a great guide right there. Okay, great. All right, guys, I am just waiting for Chris to show up in the YouTube room, and then I will be putting I'll close this room down, just waiting for him to show up. No, this is why we're here, Rev. I mean, this is why we have a room like this and all the support, you know, we want to really support our customers well. So don't say that at all. In fact, I like the questions, you know, especially in the afternoon, I'm not so busy. I like the questions, keeps me interested. Sometimes people ask me a question and I'm not quite sure how to answer. So it gets me thinking, how would I answer that? So I have to do some digging, which is great. If I can't, I'll certainly pass you on to somebody that can answer it.
Good afternoon, Mr. Barry.
There he is. I hear him on all his splendor and glory. Okay, Chris, I'll mute myself now. You can take over. Have a good hour.
Perfecto. All right. Thanks, Barry. Take care. So happy Wednesday, everybody. Another fun-filled and exciting day in the markets. Hopefully everybody's able to keep themselves out of trouble in the nonsense that's going on here. Let's see, ENLV popping through here. Won a few races, I noticed. So do this as an open forum. Anybody with questions? I'm not sure if there's something going on. When I popped in here and took over from Barry, we could always continue with that if you just re-ask the question, so I catch back up on some of the content here. And it goes for anybody. Any questions you folks have, please fire those away into the questions panel for me. As I always say, I cannot answer the questions that are not asked. I mentioned being an interesting day in the markets today. I guess the Fed released their minutes from the meeting today that happened last month. And so not only on regular Fed days do we make a new high and a new low on the SPY, on Fed minute days, we make a new high and a new low on the SPY. So fun stuff. And by fun, I mean that very sarcastically. Hard for anybody, especially anybody that's just breaking into trading, to have things like this go on. Very discouraging, even for investors, looking at this nonsense here from today. The Fed releases those minutes and we instantly shoot up and make a shooting star candle here. Then we come down, we make a new low on the day. So we made a new high and a new low in that half an hour. And we go on to try to take out that high, only to fail and come right back down. It's one thing when the market's just doing it because that's the price action, but it's, another thing to have these machine reading algos and whatever else are probably, all over that news release and, trade based on, bullet points inside there and words and things like that. And, it's just unfortunate. It's the market we have. It's the market we trade. I'm not going to, use as an excuse ever for anything good or bad that happens to me. Make a plan, stick to it and things like that. But my concern is more more for new traders, new investors. To have things like that go on is very discouraging to them, makes the game feel very rigged. And I don't think there's anybody that's done this long enough that won't say a lot of this is rigged. But like I said, just discouraging, for new users, as trade ideas, new traders in general, new investors in general. But that is the way of the world. We trade the market we have, not the one we want. And we continue to see some chop and slop. I want to give a shout out to Mr. Steve Gomez. He yesterday, after that sell-off that we had going on yesterday, and all the all the different ETFs and indexes were all negative yesterday. There's really no place to hide. And he said, I'm clearing the decks, and I'm getting ready for a gap down tomorrow. It feels kind of like that's what the market wants. And lo and behold, we had a nice gap down and just a grind for most of the day sideways, right up until 2 o'clock, when those meetings release. So or those minutes release. So big shout out. That's why I consider myself very lucky to work with people like Steve and Andy and Jamie and the like. Their experience speaks volumes to what their knowledge is. You know what it is, perfect circle. Like, I don't ever want anybody to think that I'm making excuses for today I didn't really have anything going on. Yesterday I got my butt handed to me. It just kind of was what it was. But today, I'd love to get back in a trending market. I don't even care if it's a trending down market at this point. But what we have right now, it's difficult to trade. So I don't want to come off like, oh, it's the algos is why I didn't do well or anything like that, because they have, very little, I think, to do with anything I'm doing in general. But a lot of what I do here with trade ideas is based on trader education. And so it's hard to educate and teach people stuff when you have a market that's like this. Like I said, it's bad enough that we have this already, this nonsense going on right here. That's tough enough already on people, but that happens. The markets are like that. But then when, all right, it's a day, it seems like it's a good day to be short, or to possibly, managing short positions and whatever's going on. And then all of a sudden that happens, like that's not normal. That should be reserved for, big news releases in the world, not the Fed released their minutes today from last month. Like, get out of here. Is nonsense. That's all. Do races take more computer resources than normal scans? I would suspect resources of your individual computer, yes, because it's involving more graphics and things like that. So it's probably take if you have GPU on your PC or anything like that. It's probably, now I'm no computer expert, but I don't see why it wouldn't take a little more up. Also, races work off a top list essentially, and top lists can draw more resources in general as well, because there's more information going back and forth, updating constantly. And so depending on record counts and things like that, those things are all going to play a role and affect the information coming back and forth and the bandwidth being used. So overall, yes, I would say races are going to draw more resources on your computer in general. Yeah, Willow Puff, I try to keep it real. Like I said, if you're a trader or an investor who's just constantly making excuses for why you can't make money, you might want to reevaluate what you're doing in general. Just my 2 cents. Everybody has bad days, whatever else, and we vent and stuff like that. But like I said, my beef is this, something like this happening right here. And what if this is someone's, first week getting into trading, all right? That's what they see on their first week. Like, why did the market do that? How do you explain that to somebody? The Fed's minutes were released today from last month, so the market decided to whipsaw in half an hour to make a new high and a new low for absolutely no reason. How's it, the average person that's just, a month in, 3 months in, how are they going to feel about that? Probably half them don't even know who the Fed or what the Fed are anyways. So like I said, just just nonsense. That's all. It is what it is. Yeah, well, and that leads, to another thought that I was having privately with myself actually earlier is like, all right, I'm going to avoid trading around the Fed, but I got to avoid this day during this month and this day during this month and this week after the week after this one. And it's like, okay, the Fed was supposed to be an independent body that, it's not elected for a reason. They weren't supposed to be put in front of the press and talk constantly. They should not be on Twitter. They should not be, I don't think the Fed should be any of those things. The Fed should be locked up and away, and we come out, here's the policy we set. We're not taking any questions. That's the policy. Figure it out from there. There's just too much monkey business going on, as far as I'm concerned, with a government entity that was never meant to be what it is. The other thing too, Rev, for the races, you know, keep in mind when you build the top list for the races what the record count was. If you're only running, let's say 10, 5, 10, 15 lanes, set the record counts of those top lists to 5, 10, or 15, whatever it's going to be, before you set the race off. And what I mean by that is, when you have a top list here, we go to time frame and set record count. All right, set that to the minimum amount of lanes you plan to use, because only those stocks are going to be populating anyways. And you could have a max of 1,000 for a top list, but what happens, even if you have a top list that's only going to return you 5 or 6 stocks, only meet the criteria, but you set the record count to 1,000, every 30 seconds that top list is looking for 1,000 stocks that fit that criteria, regardless if there's 5 or 5,000. It's looking for 1,000. And so the more you can cut down, little shortcuts like that, or little tidbits like that, that death of 1,000 cuts kind of thing. So if you got like 5 races running and they were based on top lists that all had 150 record counts, you could probably cut down a bunch of resources by right clicking, going to max record count and numbering that to whatever the max amount of lanes that you're planning to race is. So maybe one race you're like, I'm racing 5 cars, maybe one race you're racing 15, one you're doing 8, whatever it is. That's what I do. You can't change that in the races, unfortunately. You can change a lot of stuff in the races, because they're topless essentially. So if I right click and I come to the configure here of the race, I can change the filters in this. I can add stuff. I can change the columns so that I can race on different columns. I can change the server sort. What order the stocks are going to be in based on the criteria that they meet. All those things I can change, or you can change, or anybody can change. But what you can't do is change that record count. There's nowhere to do that in here for that part of it. But the races are essentially a top list at their core, and you don't need we'll call it the mother top list. You don't need that open once you start the race. If you've got it set up the way you want, close it and reduce your load that way too. Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of things I could say about the Fed, as far as, some of it I think's true, some of it, you know, borderline fringe stuff I believe about the Fed, or thoughts that I have about the Fed. Leaving all that stuff aside, I just think that the Fed should come out. They should say, this is what policy we're setting based on these things that we've seen in the economy. We no longer take questions. That's it. When we release our minutes, you can read the minutes, and that's it. We have nothing else to say to anybody else. We don't answer to the press. We don't answer to anybody. The only people we answer to is if Congress calls us to testify. I mean, that's a dog and pony show in itself. But regardless, my point being is, there's no need for any of this extra stuff. How many alerts can you have in a single alert window? You can have as many as you want. I really think you're best with 1 or 2. For this reason, pull up an alert window here. Not every alert is going to jive with your filter set. So for example, new highs and new lows can work actually well together, because you could have a filter set that's, looking for momentum, and momentum, with volume could be up or down. So it'll work well as a pair like that. But, a new high coupled with, let's say, trying to find something really won't make sense. almost any of these here. New high with gap reversal, with the gap reversal down. I mean, that doesn't make sense. Why would I look for new highs and gap reversals down? Also, if you're looking for stocks, if your scan is based on, let's say, some RSI scanning, you're looking for stocks that have strong RSI. You're not going to want new lows, or you're not going to want, pull back from the highs, or you're not going to want inverted check mark or anything like that. So that's why I think the multi-window is great, because you can make 2 or 3 different alert windows with the individual alerts in them, and then combine them into the multi-window to save space in that. And you can give each one a color coding, so that which alert is being is firing for you, which alert window is firing for you within that multi-window. You can have as many alerts as you want. The alerts will always act independently of each other, but they will work with the filters. So obviously, a new high and a new low can't happen at the same time. So these are working independent. This is working in every one of these alerts will work independent of each other, but they'll work with the filters. Well, what you can do is you can build multiple alert windows and then stick them in a multi-window. That's the idea behind multi-window. So if we go new multi-strategy, all right, so I bring this over and it's just a blank window here, and let's just say I'm making I've got three alert windows that I like, but I have to save space on my screen. I don't have space for it all, right? And so I can take this one here, and we can use what's called the collaborate feature here. So if I right click and I go collaborate, I'm going to highlight that here, copy. All right, and now if I right click and I go to strategies, all right, I can go new strategy, and I can go collaborate, and I'm just going to paste that collaborate in here. Press OK, and there's this in here. All right, see, off highs, breaking resistance V3. There it is right there. And then let's see, I'm sure I have something laying in my cloud, some alert window from building some nonsense. This says 52-day low, but I suspect I was supposed to write 52-week low on it. Anyway, so I can do the same thing again. Now I can right click, collaborate. I'm going to highlight and copy that again. All right, and then right click and we strategies. Now we see there's the strategy I just put in. If I want to reconfigure it, that's all in here, and I can give it a color too, which we're going to go into in a second. And then so new strategy, I want a new strategy again. I'm going to collaborate. All right, get rid of that again. Paste this one in here, press OK. And now we've got this one in here, all right? Now there's no alerts on it apparently today. But that is what it is. And then I can come in here, and I could even say I can go new strategy, and I could go configure, and I could just build a strategy, starting from scratch, 5 to 100, and change from closes 1%, and 2 relative volume, and 250,000 shares on the day, and distance from VWAP is minimum 1 above it, and we'll throw a 1-minute RSI of 55. I'm just messing around and building something out really fast here, and call it test for multi. Whoops. Well, there it is, test for multi. And now I can right click and I can assign these colors, right? So strategy, and this off whatever colors, and I can give it, the background color and the foreground color. So, give this a nice green here. All right. And that's what the wording looks like. And then I could go, configure. I give it a background color. Oh, and we can go something like I don't know, this nice light blue there, powder blue. Lovely. And so there you can see it like that. And then I can give this one this strategies and test for multi, and we can go colors. Let's give it a background color, and let's go with the yellow for this one. That looks good. All right, and there's that. And we can add columns. Right click. If you come to properties, you'll find columns. So multi-window columns live somewhere else, and we can add whatever columns we want to the scan, and so on and so forth. And so that's what I mean by using the multi-window. And then this way, if you have if you have different strategies that are going to be based on different alerts, the alerts can be really set according to the filters they should be aligning with. Like I said, not every alert's going to work with every filter. Um, or every filter set, I should say. Obviously, someone might want a new low with a RSI filter with the RSI is very high in the filter because you might be looking for things that are overbought and trying to short it in that sense. So, it becomes more of a combination thing is what I'm getting at here. Hopefully everything that I just said makes sense. If not, let me know. Go back over that. What's on your mind? All kinds of things are on my mind. I like momentum and unusual options. Yeah, I mean, we've got stuff for that. That's for sure. Hmm. Odd that erased all the alerts in it today. Um, I I hesitate to ever say people are doing something wrong in general, especially with the software, because there's no, as they say, there's no one way to cook an egg. I don't know, something like that. I'm making stuff up now. But my point being is this. Um, some really great things can be created by accident where we think we were doing something wrong or we weren't going down the path we originally thought we were. So, I don't ever just assume anybody's doing something wrong. But here are some different, my point is here are some different options to try and see what works better. All right, I mean, I'm glad that helped. And like I said, for example, one of my favorite scans early on with trade ideas, I don't use as much. Maybe I need to look at it again. Go back to the goods. High extreme. There we go. Oh, I have a support call in a few minutes. I forgot. All right, so this extreme high low pro. This is something that Andy made forever ago. I really enjoyed the scan, especially in my early days. Um, that statement that you just made right there, Rev, is exactly why we do not have phone support, and people cannot grasp that at all. And that's why I do this for an hour every single day, and we do it at noon every day for an hour. I know everybody's got different work schedules, and it's hard. But it's also tough for us. Someone like me, I'm up at 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm working by at the latest 5:30 in the morning here. So at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm done. I don't want to do a live webinar at 6 o'clock at night or 7 o'clock at night, my time, So I understand people coming home from work and things like that, but that's life. Life is tough. Anyways, where I was really going with this is this extreme high low pro here. All right. So Andy took, a multi window and he created two strategies and they're very similar actually. So if we come into the extreme volume one here and we come to configure, and we can see what Andy is looking for in this. All right. And then, take a snapshot of this. I want to take a snapshot. We're going to bring that over. And now let's look at the low version, all right, and compare the two. And you're going to see some very similar stuff in here, right? But flipped, essentially. And so he's able to flip these things. So, originally he's got, and this is why, this one gets a new low for the terrible spot to draw it. In the selected alerts, it's going to be new low here versus this one has new high on the day. But we can see here the change from close, we're down. We're here, we were up. And so, some of these are going to be the same. Still looking for relative volume the same and 1 minute volume the same. 5 minute volume is the same. EPS hack is there to keep out the ETFs. But a reverse on this 10-day range, we're within 5% of the top. 10-day range, we're within 5% of the low. 20-day range, we're within 15% of the low. 20-day range, we're in 15% of the high. And we're still looking at the same average daily volume. So we can see some of these are exactly the same, but the ones that flipped were to coincide with the selected alert. Yeah, absolutely. Sure. That's in the Traders Vault too. If you ever for any other reason that you lose it or lose track of it, but absolutely a share. It's one of my faves on my early day trading days. Stream High Low Pro, share, copy, paste, and there you go. So there's that. And my trading style, so I prefer swing trading to day trading. We are not in a swing traders market and have not been for a year about. But I still, I pick and choose, maybe I enter a swing position or two a week, I guess, ish, give or take. Been slower in that range, and I've been doing more day trading recently. So for the swing trading, I try to find things that are breaking out of ranges. I especially like 20-day ranges. You can see on my daily chart here, no indicators with the exception of this multi-period low of 20 days. 20 days is a trading month. So that's why I have that on there. So I like to see stuff that, I like to see when stuff is making nice steps up with this. And maybe it's had a little bit of run and then a pullback, but isn't taking out that monthly low. So it looks like it has, room to make a move back up. And so that's what I'm looking for on my swing trades. I have a go-to scan for it. That scan is, I'm going to guess, either blank or it's filled with inverse ETFs right now. We can bring it up. My evening scan. I'll share it out. Most people I think that are here have it, but I know there's always a new person or two. So there's that. I don't trade pre-market. I'm answering support tickets in the morning, and going through charts on my own in the morning. I don't stream or anything like that. I'm, my mornings are reserved for my tea, getting the child ready for school, and things like that. So, if you're ever in the neighborhood, you want to stop by. But I don't do any pre-market streaming or work or anything like that. Mostly it's a lot of support stuff from overnight tickets and reading support files and things like that. So in this scan that I just shared, the second scan, I'm looking for stocks that are in between $4 and $40. They have a relative volume of 1. They're 75% above the low of 20 days. They also 75% above the low of today. So I want to see them closing strong. And they traded 750,000 shares today. This is more of a homework scan than a live market scan. Although I've shown the scan to other people that are strictly day traders, and they think it's a great day trading scan. I get it, but they couldn't possibly understand how I use it for swing trading. They love it for day trading, but to each their own. And I'm looking for stuff like, well, not Tuffin because that doesn't make any sense, but NEGG. Wow, this thing really took off. Was not expecting that. But I like to see. All right, I don't know if this is a great example here. What I'm trying to illustrate here is, kind of this curling off the base. All right. But what I'm not crazy about is this long downtrend right here. I don't like trying to catch trend changes. I like when the trend has changed, does it have room still up? But make of this what we want. That was a nice bull flag that happened there, and then a green bar or red bar ignore. But something similar to this is what I'm looking for. Hopefully there'll be a better example for me to show in here. I wasn't expecting so many stocks to be in here, to be honest. BCC, no, hell no. And I say hell no on Zyme. For all I know, this is the beginning of a run back up to 20. That's for all I know. But that's not. Yes, cup and handle-ish is what I'm looking for. But it doesn't have to just be a cup and handle. It could, it could just be a horseshoe up too. But again, with Zyme, I don't like buying stocks that have been going down for a long time like this. That, no. It's a no for me. Now, I could wake up tomorrow and change my mind about this stock or in a week from now, but for right now, that would be a no. I'm gonna find something. Okay, this one interests me. Yeah, I like that. All right. So here's what I like. We had this nice move up and we held that through there. All right. We got this gap up We came down, we filled that gap, and we made a strong move off of that gap now. All right. So those are the things that I like right there. Stocks going up. Other things. Now, that's not the only thing. The chart is involved for sure. Volume is another thing that I like to look at. And then I also like to look at, what's its position in a lifetime range? It's at 813. 1203 is a position in a lifetime range high. What sector is it in? You got to be careful with bios. They cut both ways. Yes, you can wake up. You could have taken a position here and wake up like that with a bio. You can also take a position here and wake up down here with a bio. And while that can happen with any stock at any time, it is 10 times more likely to happen with a bio than any other kind of stock. But so that, these are the kind of things that I'm looking for. Strong, what I consider to be strong charts here. This is another one that I like. So that was a cup. There's a handle and a beautiful move off that handle. All right. Now, depending on who you talk to, cup and handles are great or they're trash. If you talk to William J. O'Neill, he thinks they're the greatest thing since sliced bread. If you talk to the CMT Association, they think they're trash. So, that's kind of how it is. This is interesting. Since I started doing my CMT studies, I see different things in charts that I never saw before. So look at this kind of downward wedge that's happening here. And I kind of like that because we can see as it breaks that downward wedge, they could have a nice move up like that. Now, that's not to say it's going to do it. And we can see it, kind of broke through here and here. And also my lines aren't perfect. So, don't shoot me. I'm trying to illustrate something here. So again, is this a head fake on this here? Is it more pain down this way? I don't know. That is kind of interesting. It's in energy, which overall has been very strong. Bulk electricity, we know utilities are strong as heck while the rest of the market's getting its butt kicked. In fact, XLU is probably the only sector that's positive at this point. Look at that, XLU right at the top. Or yeah, XLU. Yep. So what do you know? And look at that thing's going ham right now. So there's stuff that I'm looking at. These are things that I'm considering. Even REITs stayed positive today. Ain't that something? It's a nice looking chart too right there. So, all right, folks, give me 1 second. Just gotta throw myself on mute for 1 second here. All right, just wanted to log in so I can hear this meeting. And if I got to jump in and defend my honor, no, I'm just kidding. Which one did I call trash? Did I call Zyme trash? I mean, I don't know. But here's what I'll tell you: there's no believers in this company right now. No believers. Look at this. From up here at 60, just and those get steeper every time. Where does the bleeding stop? At what point does it stop? You know what I mean? It's and again, this could trend change. I have no idea. All right, but what I can tell you is that there's nobody that believes in this stock in the stock market right now. That's my 2 cents there anyways. Should we pay attention to short float? Yes and no. I mean, you don't want to get caught on the wrong side of the short float. So for example, look at Zyme. It has a short float of 12.5%. All right. And, a lot of these people are probably short, from way back where. So they've got plenty of room to cover if they, You know, if they see something they don't like, there's also probably people that have been, they got short here and maybe they covered here and they got re-short here and they covered here and then they got re-short here and then they covered here. And for all you know, they could be loading up to re-short it right here again. So this whole rotation of people are like, this is just the gift that keeps on giving with Zyme. Every time it makes a little tiny move up, I just re-short it, you know. So those are the things to look at and think of, and all that. The other thing that I would consider with short float is also pay attention to short growth. If if you're getting involved in something and it looks like it's kind of been trending up, and you see a massive short growth on there, just understand that you're taking the other side of their bet. All those people in that short growth are betting for the stock price to fall, and you're betting for the stock price to go up. Time will tell who's right, obviously. But short float, short growth, it should just be part of a puzzle, and you decide, is it part of the puzzle you want or not part of the puzzle you want? But it's not something you must pay attention to it or you must not pay attention to it. What you must do is decide how it does or does not fit into what you want or don't want. Yeah, so the compare count window. So the compare count windows kind of make of it what you want, in the sense of compare count windows at their core are an alert window. So you have to have a selected alert, and so the compare count window is an alert window at its core, essentially, and then you attach filters to it. So in this specific set here, we're looking at new highs and new lows. All right. So hold on, I'm losing my train of thought because there's something here in the support meeting. Give me one moment. All right, sorry, apologize for that. There was just there's a internal support meeting going on. I had to explain the new Zoom webinars to everybody. So essentially with the compare count windows, you have an alert window at its core. So each one of these, there's actually 4 different compare count windows here, and they're all sectioned off by a few different things. So if I right click and we come to configure, we can see green data and red data that we're configuring here. And then we go to the configure. All right, it's an alert window. See, alert configure. And we've got the selected alert in here. New highs is a selected alert for this. And then the filters here, what we're looking for in this. And these were all created by Jamie Hodge, several years ago, 5, 6 years ago, going at least 5 years ago, if not 6 or 7 years ago. And what Jamie did in this was essentially look for stocks that are making new highs on the day, a little bit of volume on the 1 minute, EPS hack to keep out the ETFs, distance from market to keep out bad prints. And on the market cap, we have a max on here. And then each one of these, they're cordoned off by market cap essentially. So just let me get out of this real quick. So right here, all these windows, these 4 windows are all going to be the same except for that market cap. And we can see that indicated in the title of the windows. So, under 2 billion, which is what we were just looking at, 2 to 4 billion, greater than 4 billion, greater than 5.4 billion. And so what I use these for essentially is to get a snapshot of the overall market. I can tell you right now that at the end here, there was kind of flat action at the end of the market. So if I, especially the IWM with this sub 2 billion. So this is a way for me to look at the whole market without looking at market. So look at that. I said the IWM was probably flattish going into the close, and there it was. And how did I know that? Because I could see the new highs versus new lows was falling, and they became almost even here at the end. And you can even see throughout most of the day how they were really close like this. I could also tell you that there's probably a big move up in the SPY for a minute, and then that move ended afterwards, looking at this market cap like this. And here's a SPY chart. So there was our move up and there was our move down, just like that. And I didn't even need a chart to tell me that that's what happened. Now, it won't always give you a perfect snapshot of what happened in the market, but it should in general give you a pretty close view of what was going on. So I can have these 4 tiny windows open here, and that's it. But you could do other stuff with this too. And the last thing I didn't elaborate here was in here. So we did the green data. Here's the red data. And this one is the exact same, only new lows on the selected low. See, new lows versus the green data before had new highs. And then all the other same stuff that's in here. And that's really it. Now we could take a new one. We can make a new compare count window. Oh, let me get this out of here first. So we could do something like this, configure. There's pre-configures in here, so I want to get rid of some of these pre-configures. Sorry if I get a little bit distracted on this. There's some important support talk that's going on in my ears. But let's see what we could do instead of, we could do a pre-market one here. So we could add this alert, right, for the green data, pre-market highs. And let's see, let's get rid of some of this other stuff here. Maybe let's put a volume metric in here. So let's throw, I want to keep stuff that's junk out of this for the pre-market. All right. We can keep this very simple too, I feel like. I think I'm going to leave it just exactly as is, basically. All right. And so there's our green data. All right. Whoops. I didn't select it. Search pre. There we go. That's what I wanted. And then, so that's our green data, right? And then we're going to do our red data. And we have a really simple compare count window that's here. That's going to just make compare pre-market highs to pre-market lows. All right. And I mean, that's really it. Nothing crazy going on here. We right click it. We can bring it over. Let's go to dark background. And is there anything else in here? I forgot to give it a name. There we go. Pre-market highs versus pre-market lows. Now, obviously, we're not going to have anything here now. All right. And we can't go back in history on this, but I'm going to share this with everybody. And actually, I'm going to run it tomorrow morning, as a matter of fact, because I'm curious of what this is going to look like. And this might be something that you folks want to use in the pre-market to get a temperature of, is there more stocks moving up in the pre-market or more stocks moving lower in the pre-market, right? And give you a snapshot how accurate it's going to be in the sense of what direction the market goes. No one's going to know, but it might be worth data. It might be data that's worth looking at. So let me know if that kind of helped that tutorial going over that for you there, Xavier. And then when selecting use historical date, give me one moment. All right. So when selecting use historical date and get results from 5 minutes time frame, correct? For example, scan from today's meeting all-time highs, where would be an optimal time can. When selecting use historical date, you can. Right on top list, it's only a 5 minute time frame because of that refresh date. There's no alert or event to say, hey, the stock was doing this at that exact same set at this exact second. What you could do instead is you could create a stocks like this template. And Xavier, if I didn't go into enough detail or they're still unclear about something, let me know. Another thing we could do with this is, new highs versus new lows overall. And attach it with like a S&P filter, over 30 minutes or over the day and, things like that. So the change in the S&P is positive, but we have new highs versus new lows on a positive of the S&P, for example. What I want to do is show this here for you, Plaza. First, I'm going to share this out. In this here, you could run back and you could look at a specific stock. So if you wanted to see what a specific stock was doing, Barry created this. And what he did is he just stuck a whole bunch of columns on this. And you could always change these columns out, but no filters. So if we look at, the window specific filters, yes, there's filters in here, but no values. And then, he just put new high for the selected alert, but you could throw a bunch of different, selected alerts in here as well. And you can attach it to just one symbol. So for example, you know, give me one moment. All right, I apologize. I'm back. So what I was doing here is on the stocks like this template, I can see everything that happened here with Apple during the day. And when I run back the history, all right, and I go today, I can see all of these stats that Apple made as it made new highs during the day. But I'm not limited to look at Apple just like this. I could say, you know what, I don't care about the 2 minute RSI. I want to find a column that I don't have. So you right click and come to configure. And I could say, oh, there's not an EPS filter in here, or current debt, or I can add any of these columns, and then I can get all of this stuff, um, and get all the snapshot of any stock that I want. So I know it's not exactly what you're looking for, Plaza, but if you can nail down the stocks in that top list that you want to know more about, you can get a lot of this stuff in here. All right, through this format, and this is a way to back build a scanner. You can say, oh, gee, stock ABC did this thing today, and how do I build a scan that does that? And you could say, all right, well, stock ABC, here's what its 1 minute volume was, and its 5 minute volume, and its 5 minute RSI, and all these different things like this. Um, and that's how you can back build a scan to, and then you can widen those filters out. Obviously, you're obviously not going to build a scan that, for example, we were trying to build a scan that looked exactly like what Apple was doing today. We're not going to want to put 109.6 or anything like that, but maybe we're putting 75 to 125% or something like that, giving us a range of what that metric was. And the same idea would apply to if we were using it with gap dollars, gap percent, so on and so forth. So hopefully that's kind of clicking for everybody. And it also, hopefully, this is giving everybody a tool. Everybody's looking for that scanner for themselves, whether it's the magic scanner for your plan or the magic scanner um, for a certain kind of setup you like. Well, you could take a chart and at any day on a chart, and you can go back and plug it into a template like this. And you don't have to use this exact template. You can create the template based on the filters you want to see those metrics of, and essentially back engineer that whole scan. So again, hopefully someone's getting something out of this. It's like taking our stocks like this page, but really even narrowing it down even further, because even the stocks like this page is a 5 minute snapshot. Okay, perfect, perfect. So I'm glad you got a starting point. Mike C, what's happening? Um, okay, so that's what I got there. Oh, I put this as new pre-market highs versus lows. All right, lows versus, well, whatever. I mislabeled this, but everybody gets the point there. So, all right, this is a good session here. We covered quite a few things here with that stocks like this, talking about the compare count windows. Let's mess around with another compare count window, unless someone has another question. So let's see, configure. What do we want to do in this? Hmm. Hmm. Now, remember, the idea with the compare count window too is we're getting a snapshot of something overall, whether it's the overall market or a sector or maybe some kind of specific set of stocks. So, you want to keep that in mind when you're selecting the alert for it, that it's broad. So, just kind of going through my brain here on some of this. Okay, perfect. And, I'm happy to share the compare count. Let me close this for 1 second, this configure. Can I do this? Okay, hold on. This is just a blank one right now, but I want to share the compare count windows I was going over before too, that Jamie had given me eons ago. So those are the compare count windows I was going over before. These ones, bring them back over. There we go. So I just shared that out, this docked window like that. So everybody can have that if they want, and they can mess around with that. And then I see Champ after hour scanner. Yeah, we could do an after hour scanner. Give me one moment. Oh, you mean an after hour scanner for the compare count windows? We could do that too. So let's see. We'll make one real fast. Let's see, window specific filters. Let's see, post-market volume. Let's add that filter. Make sure we're looking at something that's trading in the post-market, at least 1,000 shares. All right, so there's our green data. All right. And let's get the red data. Oops, I didn't call that. Summary. New lows. New. Dark background. And there we go. And we can see what's actually happening in the post-market right now. Post-market highs versus post-market lows. We have more post-market highs happening than lows. All right, now we can see that's coming back down here. All right, and you can see these cylinders moving like this as these are going on. And we're watching this happen live right now. Oh, I might have done that. Let me look. Oh, you're right. I messed that up. Oh, goodness. I should be fired. Let's reshare that. Let's reshare that. So this will be the pre-market one again. There we go. Get rid of that original. The original one's getting deleted. So there, you have the new one. That's correct. As I tell my bosses always, please don't fire me. I love my job. And then let's see. So to go back to stocks like this, but I can choose not to repeat the symbol so I can review what hit the scanner rather than you can't stop the repeats happening on history. Plaza, you're stuck with all the repeats on history, unfortunately. That's just the way that goes. So let's get rid of that. So you're looking at a post-market scanner there, champ. But yeah, we can do a post-market scanner too. So let's go new. Let's go let's see, post-market highs. We're gonna go with Windows specific filters or post-market volume. Yeah, let's make sure we got, let's say 7. No, let's go with 1,000. All right, so let's go with 1,000 on the post-market data. Give this a price range. I don't know. We'll call it $4 to $100. What else do we need in here? We don't want volume today because what if the stock traded only, 10,000 shares today, but in the post market, for whatever reason, it's going nuts, right? So let's leave that there. See, is there anything else you want to add? I feel like with post-market and pre-market scanners, you want to keep them very simple because it's a different market time and all the volume metrics are much different. It's everything should be relative to that time frame. Oh, someone asked if their scanner would work before in the pre-market. Whoever that was, your scanner will work in the pre-market as long as long as you're not using an alert or filter that doesn't work in the pre-market. So if you have new high selected, that will not work in the pre-market. Relative volume as a filter will not work in the pre-market. However, relative volume alert, this one will work in the pre-market. You can always email me and I can get you a PDF that tells you what does and doesn't work in the pre-market. So info@trade-ideas.com. All right. That's where you can get me on email or anybody in general, and ask for the PDF of pre-market doesn't work essentially. I don't think there's a whole lot else that I'm going to add to the scanner. Also, I just realized it's 4:30 and I do have to get going in a moment here. But I don't think there's a whole lot else I want to add to the scanner, to be honest. I just want to see stuff that's making new post-market highs that's traded at least 1,000 shares in the post-market. Let's take a look at what it looks like. And then I'm going to show a different way to do it with topless because personally, I like topless for pre-market and post-market scanning. But now we can take a look at all these and get rid of this. And see what's coming through and see if anything interests us. All right. These are all making post-market highs that traded at least 1,000 shares in the post-market so far. All right. You can see, everything that's coming through here. Bang, bang, bang. All right. And we could tighten up filters, 2,000 shares traded in the post market or, whatever we want. We can make that number whatever we want, obviously. Wow. Rambus got smashed off those all time highs. Isn't that something? Look at that. It's a great break above this here in a great week or so. And right back down to earth with you. So, all right, I'm going to share this out. It's very basic, but you can take it and use it as a template. If maybe you want some kind of RSI filter in there, maybe you want to change a certain percent over the last minute, for example. All right. A lot of filters and a lot of options, but we keep it basic here as a template. So there we go. Thank you, Mike C. Appreciate it. Oh, right. You can use view mode. Just make sure you take it off of view mode when you're scanning live or, because view mode can really mess things up for those that aren't familiar with it. I know it's tripped me up really bad a couple of times when I was troubleshooting some scanners. So there's that post-market scanner. And, Champ, you can take it and, just, like everything else, right click configure and start to go through. Maybe you think that 1,000 shares that I put in there for the post-market's too little, turn it up to 1,500 or something like that. Things like that. So, and maybe, RSI might be important to you, or maybe, a range is important to you, or maybe, consecutive candles. That could be a good one for post market. Maybe, 1 minute consecutive candles. You might want something like you want to see 3 1 minute consecutive candles in a row or something like that. So a lot of options that'll definitely work depending on, what it is you're trying to search out. And then topless, topless are so powerful and they get discounted really badly. The server sort on the topless is where I want to go with this. So what if we create this scan real quick? All right, we're looking at stocks between $4 and let's say $200. All right, let's get at least a post-market volume of 1,000 in here. We just want to cut out any other noise. All right, let's hide the rest of this stuff. And that's all we put in there, for example, right? Now, if we come to servers to the sort, all right, and we go with post-market shares, now we're sorting on this. So we're telling this scan first, got to find me stocks that are just meeting this criteria. Then I want you to show me at the top all the ones that have traded the most shares in the post-market. So I go ahead and press OK. I'm going to bring that over. Oh, I didn't add that as a column. Sorry, let me add that as a column. Post-market shares. So now it is a column as well, all right? And if we take a look at this here, now I can see, look, ISBC's traded 93 million shares in the post market, all right? This has traded 19 million shares in the post market, 9 million, 7 million, 6 million, and so on and so forth. And now I'm directed right at all the items that are trading the most shares in the post market. All right. And you may, there's other stuff that we could do post market wise too. We come to configure and we just type in post and search. All right. You might want the most change in the post market. All right. You might want the most change in percent or dollars. All right. So these are all different things that we can do with that. And so I'm going to go ahead and share this out like this. Post market KET shares. And then I'm going to do one more solid here on this. I like things to be nice, color coded and graded. So it's going to be all color coded top to bottom, nice green to red based on post-market shares. And so there we go. Now see how that got all nice and a nice gradient here and going all the way down. And right now this scan is literally pulling in the top stocks and color coding them based on shares traded in the post market. That's all it's doing. There's something else I wanted to do on this, right? We named it. We've changed the colors on it. All right, we can see what's going on here with these things. That's interesting. How does that trade 93 million shares and not have any volume going on right now? Sorry, I need to see something here. Wow, traded all those shares and then just stopped in the post market. I'm going through time and sales on IB. Look at all this. All in the post market, 11,000 shares, 500,000 shares right there. Bang. Another 4,000, 400,000. I don't know. Something happened in this stock after hours. Oh, that's crazy. Interesting. All right. Sorry, I just had to make sure that data seemed right. I mean, that seems like an awful lot of shares, and there's nothing going on right now. But that's real. That's what's happening. So, all right, I'm going to go ahead and share this as well. Please, everything that I just shared, please, 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 if you intend to keep it, save it to your cloud. All right, because I delete everything that I don't use. I just went through and deleted like 30 scans the other day. I don't need them. I don't want them clogging up my cloud for when I'm searching for other stuff. So, all right, folks, that's going to be a wrap for me today. Tomorrow's Thursday. So let's see. Tomorrow's back on the Zoom ones. If you want to register for those, here, drop a link. The Zoom getting started webinars are real basic webinars. The way I'm working it is like this. For example, there was 35 people that signed up yesterday. I had a syllabus of what I was going to go over. Of the 35 people that signed up for it, 4 people showed up. And all 4 of those people were not new users. They've all been around for a month or longer. So I left it to be more like today where it was open forum. If and when all of a sudden I have 30 and 40 and 60 or 100 people in these Zoom getting started webinars on Tuesdays and Thursdays, it'll be less Q&A and more me just giving instructions and details of those instructions. It's easier for me to manage by myself when there's just that many people in there. I only have an hour to go over stuff. And if I've got 40 people in there and every one of them is asking a question that's going to take me 5 to 10 minutes to answer, I'll be here till tomorrow night answering questions. So the idea behind those is really trying to get people over the beginning humps of the software. And the second idea behind them is getting people to attend those and then attend the Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays open sessions with me, as well as the Monday through Friday open sessions at noon as well. So, that's the way I'll try to structure it according to what the numbers say, and then adjust accordingly to who shows up. Want to make sure people get the most out of the software they can. I beat the drum over and over again, the fact that everybody has an agenda, myself included. My agenda works like this, though. I want everybody to subscribe to Trade Ideas on the Planet, but it only helps us if people subscribe and are successful with the platform. And so that's, why I'm here for education. So with all that said, Barry will have the room open tomorrow in the morning. Tomorrow's Thursday, so you get Jamie at noon. You get me back here 3:30, like I said, through that Zoom that I just dropped there. It is streamed on YouTube, but it's not quite the same feeling as when I'm on YouTube like I am right now. So I thank you all very, very kindly. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday wherever you are, and we will see you back here tomorrow. Adios.